Chapter 1388. As Ling Xiao walked into the Origin Tower, he immediately felt the thick energy here. Layers of pure spiritual qi were like mist, misty and moist. Just breathing it made him feel light and airy. It's really extraordinary. This cultivating place isn't much different from the Dragon Gate's qi-gathering great formation. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he walked up. When he reached the 20th floor and above, there was already a lot of origin energy gathered here. This was enough to satisfy a king god realm warrior to break through here. Ling Xiao walked to the 40th floor in one breath. He found that the origin energy here was so thick that it was beyond his imagination. He could feel that the energy here was very close to the origin energy. It was enough for a half-incipient god realm expert to cultivate here. If Ling Xiao wanted to take half a step out, it was enough to seclude here. However, he wasn't satisfied with this. He walked up 2 more floors. When he reached the 42nd floor, he finally felt the feeling of the origin energy that his ancestor Ling Hongyu had instilled in him. The origin energy was the upgraded version of the origin energy. It was much thicker and more vast. It was the energy that Supremes needed to absorb. At this point, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. The space on this floor was slightly smaller, and there were only 7 seclusion rooms. 3 of the doors were closed, and there were restrictions placed on the doors by the Supreme Beings. Once they were closed, no aura would leak out. Even if they were to make a breakthrough inside, it would not cause any commotion outside. Ling Xiao chose one of the rooms and walked in. Then he closed the door. This seclusion room didn't look very big from the outside. However, after walking in, it was like entering another space. It was more spacious, enough for anyone to toss and turn in here. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to break through the seclusion room. This was a very important matter. He had to prepare well. The first thing he needed to do was to recultivate every divine skill he had learned so that he could deepen his understanding of the application and integration of the various divine skills. At the same time, he had to digest all the small and large battles he had experienced in these years to find his own fighting style. This would help him understand the realms of the various elements and deepen his understanding and application of the concepts. After a month, Ling Xiao's body was in a very excited state. He had mastered many of the moves that he wasn't familiar with in the past. This was the effect of calming down and cultivating. Using battle to nurture battle was to understand how to clearly comprehend battle experience after a battle, thereby making one's battle style even more unpredictable and unpredictable, making it impossible for one's opponent to guard against it. Ling Xiao hoped that through self-cultivation, he could make his peak God-King realm even more perfect and more stable. After that, Ling Xiao focused on cultivating the godly spirit controlling technique, smoothing out the power of his divine soul once again, causing his soul power to become purer and denser. Shi Yan took out a moon soul divine grass and swallowed it. His god soul, which was at the middle level of half-incipient god realm, had reached the late stage. His god soul clone had become stronger. The more powerful his divine soul was, the more assurance he would have when he stepped into the supremacy stage. After 3 months in the Origin Tower, Ling Xiao finally took out the 5-colored Divine Heaven Stone that he had bought at a high price. The 5-colored Divine Heaven Stone could gather energy, and it itself had a large amount of origin energy. However, this origin energy was condensed, so he had to absorb and refine it little by little to increase his power. Ling Xiao had prepared to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. Although this 5-colored Divine Heaven Stone wasn't big, the origin energy it contained was massive. Ling Xiao thought that it was enough to absorb half of its energy. He could still use the other half. At that time, he could use the God Soul to gather energy to recover and grow stronger. I should accumulate energy first. With my God Soul at half-incipient God Realm and the energy I've absorbed, it's just a matter of time before I reach half-incipient God Realm. However, if I want to take that step, I'm afraid that just absorbing energy isn't enough. Ling Xiao looked at the 5-colored Divine Heaven Stone in front of him, slowly closing his eyes like an old monk meditating. Ling Xiao knew his current situation, so he wouldn't rush to the next realm blindly. He was still young, so he shouldn't be too impulsive. That way, he could advance step by step and accumulate enough energy to break the bottleneck. When he tried his best, he could break that obstacle and reach the supreme realm. Ling Xiao urged the two different god techniques and started to absorb the energy of the five-colored divine heaven stone. Among the five energies, only the earth light wasn't absorbed by Ling Xiao. The other four origin energies, gold, red, blue, and green, started to gather on Ling Xiao's body, creating a big four-colored cocoon. Moreover, the energy in the original tower was continuously gathered by the five-colored divine heaven stone. At the same time, Ling Xiao's god technique greedily guided the thick energy into his body. Ling Xiao's supreme Guiyuan art could transform these different kinds of power into a unified power, and all of them gathered into the five-colored dantian, making it constantly grow. The five-colored dantian was like a chaotic star. Within this vast energy, there were specks of five-colored divine light, which looked extremely enchanting and beautiful. The three life forms in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness desired this origin energy even more, as it could speed up their advancement. After receiving Ling Xiao's instructions, they immediately fought over the origin energy they needed. In an instant, the four-colored energy surrounding Ling Xiao became much weaker. However, the energy in the original tower had accumulated for countless years, so it wouldn't be so easily absorbed by Ling Xiao. Moreover, there was still a five-colored divine heaven stone in front of Ling Xiao. Its energy was also slowly flowing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. The warm and nourishing energy constantly brought pure and majestic energy to his entire body. All of his muscles and energy seemed to have been baptized once again. His skin, flesh, meridians, apertures, internal organs, and bones were all soaked in this energy. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring in winter, making him feel extremely intoxicated and comfortable. His sea of consciousness was also completely occupied by the three types of energy. The three life forms shone brightly, absorbing to their heart's content to strengthen themselves. They were striving to advance together with Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao's spirit naturally benefited as well. These three life forms had always existed in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, providing unimaginable help to Ling Xiao. They had also followed Ling Xiao as he wandered around, obtaining unimaginable rewards. All in all, they hadn't suffered any losses at all. Instead, they had profited. After all, with their rate of advancement, it was unknown how many thousands or tens of thousands of years it would take for them to advance a single level if they only lived in one place. However, as Ling Xiao grew stronger and stronger, their effects became much weaker. Unless they advanced together with Ling Xiao, they would be abandoned by Ling Xiao sooner or later. After all, after Ling Xiao became a divine king, all sorts of origin energy could be said to be at his fingertips. However, their power was unable to cause too much damage to ordinary divine kings. They could only unleash their power when they least expected it. As they grew stronger and more intelligent, they naturally didn't want to leave Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. They knew that only by following Ling Xiao would they be able to enjoy more benefits. Therefore, they were extremely eager to advance and become stronger. Within the small green tree, an old face said to himself with a deep smile, "This old man really made the right choice back then. It seems that this young friend's luck is heaven-defying. One day, I will definitely be able to restore the fame of the Tree of Immortality." Right now, Green Wang had already reached level 9. Only by reaching level 10 and above could it be considered a true Tree of Immortality. Its sap, fruit, and roots, only then would it be able to display the true effects of the 9 great divine trees. At that time, any mortal who could consume a bit of its essence would be able to obtain an undying body. Naturally, Ling Xiao had no way of knowing what it was thinking. He was already completely unaware of the passage of time and everything that had happened in the outside world. He only knew that he seemed to be in a never-ending slumber, and he didn't know when he would wake up. As he circulated his divine technique to absorb energy, the primordial energy filled his entire body with an incomparably comfortable feeling, causing his state of mind to gradually enter a state where he forgot about himself and the world. It was as if he had turned into a ball of primordial energy and was together with it. He felt that his soul and body had been upgraded to a power that was like the heavens. It circulated along with the heavens, rippling with that indescribable pleasure. He sensed the sharpness of the power of metal, the exuberant vitality of the power of wood, the surging power of water, the scorching heat of the power of fire, and the extreme speed and violence of the power of wind. In short, this feeling was truly indescribable. The stars moved, and day and night revolved. 5 years quickly passed by in the blink of an eye. How many flourishing years! How many bloody battles! These scenes constantly changed like illusions. From time to time, a beautiful figure would appear outside the origin tower, watching from afar, her beautiful eyes rippling with indescribable emotions. The woman in a loose alchemist robe softly mumbled, "It's been 5 years. Feels like a long time. I wonder what happened to you inside. Is it really that difficult to break through that step?" The woman disappeared into an unknown corner, and everything returned to normal. No one noticed that the power of the 5-colored divine heaven stone above the origin tower had become much thinner than before, and the radiance of the 5-colored divine heaven stone was even more dazzling than usual. Over the past few years, the Medicine Alliance had announced that they had cut off all ties with the Heavenly Tiger region, causing a huge commotion. The members of the Demon Tiger sect who had stayed in various parts of the Tianyuan region were all killed by the various major factions of the Tianyuan region, causing many wandering cultivators from the Heavenly Tiger region to panic. They all hid their identities, no longer daring to call themselves members of the Heavenly Tiger region. Following the Medicine Alliance's actions, many factions that had dealings with the Demon Tiger sect had no choice but to pay attention and maintain their distance from the Demon Tiger sect. Meanwhile, those from other regions who hated the Demon Tiger sect took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and kill the members of the Demon Tiger sect. As a result, the Demon Tiger sect had no choice but to immediately recall their members to prevent further losses. Chapter 1389. 10 years, yet another 10 years. Ling Xiao had been in seclusion for a total of 20 years this time. This was definitely an extremely long period of seclusion for him. Back then, when he was in the chaotic burial space, he had only experienced 10 years. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be in seclusion endlessly. In fact, he had already woken up from that wonderful feeling 16 years ago. He hadn't become a supreme existence like he had imagined. He had only taken half a step. This half step was a realm that others dreamed of, but it wasn't the realm that Ling Xiao needed. He had already reached the peak of perfection in this half step, but he still couldn't break through that final bottleneck. In these 20 years, not only did he absorb more than half of the 5-colored divine heaven stone, but he also consumed quite a few supreme divine herbs. Yet, he could only reach this step. This was simply driving him crazy. Even though he was only half a step away, he didn't know how long he would be stuck for. However, the power of his consciousness had reached the low-level supreme realm, but his combat power couldn't be compared to that of a true supreme. As for what was missing, Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out. Later on, he realized that he had enough power. It was just that his comprehension of the realm couldn't keep up, so he couldn't break through that step. His consciousness also had the power of a supreme, but he couldn't unleash the combat power of a true supreme. After a year of contemplation and pondering, he finally understood why he couldn't break through that step. Apart from his insufficient realm, the main reason was that he hadn't communicated with any supreme about their breakthrough experience. He didn't know what the most important realm for a supreme was to comprehend in order to be called a supreme. Therefore, in the next 3 years, Ling Xiao gave up on the opportunity to break through that step. Instead, he started to focus on the cultivation of the divine skills. Using every divine skill well and unleashing the power of every divine skill, he could have a powerful divine might that could surprise and kill the enemy. Of course, his mastery of the godly skill had already reached a very adept level. He wanted to cultivate and create a true godly skill that belonged to himself, a godly skill that was suitable for him to cultivate all 5 attributes at the same time. Creating a skill. This wasn't a magnificent feat that just anyone could accomplish. Only those with outstanding natural endowments and shocking talents could achieve such a feat. In fact, in Ling Xiao's previous life he had already done something like this. But in this life, He had always focused on cultivating the precious god arts and god skills left behind by his predecessors to speed up his advancement. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how powerful a martial technique was, it was still not enough. Now that Ling Xiao had reached a bottleneck that he could not break through for the time being, he wanted to try another strange path to see if he could gain something. After all, in the process of absorbing energy for the past 10 years or so, he had gained a very deep understanding of the 5 types of energy that he cultivated. He had a deep understanding of the 5 types of energy that he cultivated, and could feel the terror of cultivating those 5 types of energy to the extreme. Therefore, he wanted to try and see if he could fuse his 5 powers together and create his own godly skill that could unleash the full potential of the 5 powers. He first reorganized the original Sky Frost Fist, Cloud Expelling Palm, Wind God's Kick, 3 styles of the Tyrant Sword, 6 secrets of the Unyielding Snow Tyrant Dragon Spear technique, and all the other martial techniques that he had cultivated and recultivated them several times, looking for their essence and inadequacies one by one. He planned to take the essence of these martial techniques and make up for their inadequacies, then find the battle style that he needed from them. From his many years of battle experience, the inspiration that he had displayed on the spot, he would summarize them all together, and then, like refining pills, he would condense them together and create another godly skill for battle. After 3 years of running in and creation, Ling Xiao finally had some results, and a new godly skill's embryonic form slowly appeared. This godly skill was temporarily named by Ling Xiao as Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Art, and was divided into a total of 9 forms. Each form was created by combining fists, palms, legs, and fingers, taking their power, condensing their shape, and fusing their attributes. However, Ling Xiao had only created the first 5 forms. These 5 forms were further divided into Imperial Dragon's Glory, Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon, Ice Breaking Mountains and Rivers, Burning Sun Breaking Sun, and Heaven Ripping Shadow. These 5 forms were created with the 5 different attributes of metal, wood, ice, fire, and wind. Among them, the essence of the original martial techniques were merged together, and the attack power brought about by each form was terrifyingly strong. First form, Imperial Dragon's Glory. This move was like the Emperor of the Dragon descending. Golden light filled the sky, and the shadow of the palm carried supreme power. The palm turned into a blade, and the cone-shaped power of metal brought out the strongest and sharpest chi, destroying everything, displaying the might of the supreme Imperial Dragon. This move could be said to have the most terrifying destructive power, and the power of the space it created was extremely destructive. Second form, Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon. This move used the wood attribute as its foundation and was used in conjunction with the palm technique. Every palm strike contained the entanglement power of the wood attribute. The endless palm shadows transformed into a green dragon that suddenly swallowed the moon, engulfing and annihilating everything in its path. This move was very suitable to deal with opponents with fierce strength, and could achieve the effect of using softness to overcome hardness, and using little effort to overcome 1,000 caddies. It was also suitable for group battles. Third form, Ice Breaking Mountains and Rivers. This was the comprehensive and sublimated version of all the fist forms of the Sky Frost Fist. With one punch, the mountains and rivers would be broken, and the power was endless. It could freeze all things and extinguish all life. It was a terrifying move that could definitely kill the opponent. This move was mainly fierce and overbearing, and the destructive power of the space turbulence created by it reached the extreme. Fourth form, Burning Sun Breaking Sun. The blazing sun flashed with a dazzling divine light. Fists that carried a torrential battle intent appeared one after another. Every punch was enough to destroy the sun and the moon. The terrifying attack power was even stronger than the first 3 moves. Once hit, one's corpse would definitely be destroyed and the person would die. This move carried the fist intent of the 9 Sun Sky Burning Fist, and then evolved from the 9 forms of the 9 suns. It could be said that it was derived from the 9 Sun Sky Burning Fist, and surpassed the 10th form of the 9 Sun Sky Burning Fist, and its power was even more terrifying. Fifth form, Sky Ripping Wild Shadow. This was a powerful move that evolved the wind attribute to the extreme. Once it was used, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, Ling Xiao's figure would exist just like the limitless doppelganger technique. His footsteps attacked wave after wave, and it could kick out a level 13 tornado, directly tearing apart the shackles of heaven and earth, and destroy all things. This move used the speed of one's movement technique as a supplement and the footwork technique as the main technique. It could catch the enemy off guard and kill them. Almost no one at the same level could block this unparalleled speed, as well as the terrifying power that was mixed with the aura of death. Each of these 5 forms highlighted the extreme power of the 5 attributes that Ling Xiao cultivated, and all the martial skills that Ling Xiao had learned and everything that he had comprehended in the face of a life and death crisis were merged together. It could be said that these 5 forms represented the limit of the power that Ling Xiao could blast out. As for the remaining 4 forms, Ling Xiao planned to fuse the various attributes together to attack, and create a unique attack technique that could combine multiple attributes. Ling Xiao already had a rough outline of these 4 styles in his mind, but it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. First, he had to master the first 5 styles, and then use them in actual combat. Only then would he be able to figure out the last 4 styles that he needed. Although the Imperial Dragon slaying the heavens technique that Ling Xiao had created was not complete, just based on the first 5 forms, it was certain that it was more powerful than those top-notch divine techniques, and could be considered as half of the ancient god technique. Once he completed the last 4 forms, it would definitely be a peerless divine technique that would be famous for thousands of years. After creating these 5 forms, Ling Xiao finally decided to come out of seclusion. I wonder how long it has been. That step is indeed not so easy to break through. Ling Xiao stood up, and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face as he muttered to himself. He didn't look sad at all. Quite the contrary, he had an indescribable aura, which gave people a feeling that his aura was as big as the sky. Unexpectedly, he couldn't restrain his aura that he used to restrain. It was mainly because his god soul had broken through to the Great Master Realm, but he couldn't use its real power. Thus, he couldn't restrain it. His real body's competence had reached the complete half-incipient god realm, which wasn't weaker than the experienced half-incipient god realm warriors. With his 55 times fighting competence, he could trample all the half-incipient god realm warriors under his feet. Ling Xiao had fused his 5 attributes and his dragon fighting chi to increase his fighting competence several times, making it 55 times. His competence was much stronger than before. It was also related to the fact that Ling Xiao had cultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique to the acme. At the same time, the dragon blood he had absorbed in the dragon transformation pond had helped him a lot. If he could transform into a real dragon, it wouldn't be just this 55 times fighting competence. It wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to 100 times fighting competence. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't think that way anymore. If he could transform into a real dragon, he would become a beast. He couldn't even forget his human identity. At the same time, Ling Xiao also suspected that the reason why he couldn't take that step was related to the 2 times he had lost his essence blood. No matter what, after he got out of seclusion this time, he had decided to find some divine materials that could replenish his essence blood. Moreover, he had to find a real expert to talk to. It would be better if he could exchange pointers with that expert to understand what he lacked. That way, he could make up for it and take that crucial step. The moment Ling Xiao walked out of the seclusion room, he suddenly had an impulse to return to the Dragon Gate. That year, he had brought his family to the Heaven Domain and then hurried to the Heaven Source territory. He felt a little guilty. However, this guilt wasn't as strong as it was before he returned to the Shenling continent. This was because his people had arrived in the Heaven Domain and their strength was improving by leaps and bounds. Everyone was definitely cultivating hard. Even if he wasn't by their side, it wouldn't affect them too much. Another reason was that he wanted to go back to the soul race. He wanted to see if the descendants of the soul race had adapted to life in the Heaven Domain and if there were signs of the ancient race's revival. Ling Xiao was a little anxious, but he couldn't go back just like that. He had already decided that he wouldn't go back until he became a supreme being. This was because he didn't want to give the ancient race any chance to kill him. Chapter 1390. At the moment Ling Xiao walked out of the tower, the elder watched Ling Xiao without blinking as if he wanted to see something from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao bowed slightly to the guard and then left in a carefree manner. However, the pagoda guardian elder suddenly attacked Ling Xiao from behind. He had actually put all of his strength into this punch, and all the spatial energy in the surroundings gathered on his fist. It was suffused with waves of elemental light, and this punch was enough to shatter mountains and split the earth. Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any reaction to this punch. He continued to walk forward. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The area around Ling Xiao was shaken hard. It was lucky that the elder's punch had concentrated on Ling Xiao. Otherwise, everything around here would have been destroyed by his punch. When all of the energy around Ling Xiao dispersed, Ling Xiao's figure was still running as if he was flying. He wasn't affected at all. The pagoda guardian elder's mouth was agape, and his face was filled with astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This kid has become so intimidating. How could it be? Muttered the elder. He could feel Ling Xiao's overflowing aura, which was much stronger than his. Thus, he wanted to test Ling Xiao's competence. He thought that Ling Xiao would counterattack. He wanted to seize the chance to exchange several moves with Ling Xiao to see if he was wrong or not. However, Shi Yan didn't give him a chance. He didn't even care about him as he thought that he wasn't his opponent. At the same time, the elder felt humiliated. At the same time, he thought that Ling Xiao's progress was too big. Even though he was a half-incipient God Realm expert who was close to the Great Master Realm, he couldn't compare with him. What a young man! No wonder he caught the goddess's eye. The guardian elder sighed and sat down on the armchair again. He narrowed his eyes. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to his courtyard, there was already a beautiful figure in his courtyard. You are finally willing to come out of seclusion? The beauty looked back and smiled. Ling Xiao's body and mind seemed to have been electrocuted, and he was completely stunned. It was true that this beauty was Yan Daijiao, and he had interacted with her for quite some time. The two of them could be considered close friends, but today she was different. This was the first time he saw her not wearing an alchemist robe, but had changed into a pink veil, covering her graceful figure. The visual sense of her curvaceous front and back was without a doubt. But what surprised Ling Xiao the most was that she actually did not wear a veil today. That breathtakingly beautiful face made people unable to extricate themselves from it after just one look. That pair of watery eyes was like a clear pool. That exquisite nose was clean and beautiful. That sexy thin lips carried the temptation of crystal clear jade. That beautiful hair that was as black as a waterfall fell over her shoulders. From time to time it carried a sense of beauty. Her exquisite facial features were truly a perfect match. It was unforgettable to look at. Ling Xiao was someone who had seen many beauties, but he hadn't seen many women as beautiful as Yan Daijiao. In Ling Xiao's impression, only Yun Mengqi, Lai Ruyu, Lu Piapiao, and Zhang Xiaofeng, who had fought for the throne in the Xinjiang kingdom of Goguryeo, could be compared to her. The other women were slightly inferior. And in Ling Xiao's impression, these four women all had different temperaments. Yun Mengqi was demure and otherworldly like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Lai Ruyu was straightforward and cute. Lu Piapiao was cold and aloof like a thorny rose. Zhang Xiaoyu was naturally seductive. Yan Daijiao was amiable, making people want to get close to her and have the urge to immediately possess her. Yan Daijiao saw that Ling Xiao was staring at her, and her face turned red. She glared at Ling Xiao and said angrily, "What are you looking at, idiot? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Ling Xiao had just come out of seclusion, and someone had already informed Yan Daijiao. After all, in the palace city, there were very few things that could escape her eyes and ears. After 20 years, Yan Daijiao's restless heart had already gradually fallen. Ever since she got to know Ling Xiao, she slowly understood how outstanding this man was. She did not reject being together with this man, and she felt that staying with him gave her a very comfortable, relaxed, and happy feeling. Maybe before, she only somewhat admired Ling Xiao, but ever since Ling Xiao entered seclusion, she started to miss him, and this feeling became more and more intense. making her want to see this man again. Although they were very close, she was unable to see him, and that kind of feeling made her feel very uncomfortable. She also realized that she had already fallen in love with this man, and it was an unstoppable feeling. Beauties love heroes. This was a common occurrence since ancient times, and it was not something to be surprised about. Moreover, whether it was Ling Xiao's strength or his handsome appearance, it was enough to move any woman's heart. Now that Yan Daijiao had changed her clothes and taken off her veil, it was to let Ling Xiao see her true beauty. She felt that wearing the alchemist robe in the past had covered up her beauty, and she was unable to attract Ling Xiao. Now, her change had indeed brought about a very obvious effect. Ling Xiao laughed dryly, lightly rubbed the bridge of his nose, and said, "Senior apprentice Sister Jiao, you are really beautiful. Even my eyes are glued to you. Really? You're not lying to me?" Yan Daijiao was overjoyed. Of course, this god teacher is known as an honest and reliable little gentleman. I never lie to anyone, especially to a beautiful woman like you. Ling Xiao was in a good mood after coming out of seclusion, and naturally revealed his glib nature, which he had been using for many years, and directly fed Yan Daijiao a bewitching soup. Such a glib tongue. I wonder how many women have you tricked? Yan Daijiao pouted. Her every glance was filled with all kinds of flirtatious intentions. It was truly intoxicating. Ling Xiao faintly smiled, and changed the topic. "Senior apprentice Sister Jiao, how did you know I came out of seclusion?" He secretly warned himself not to provoke women anymore, and it was better not to say so many showy words. What's so difficult about that? Yan Daijiao saw that Ling Xiao had suddenly changed the topic, and she was a bit surprised. She then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "It's been so long. Have you taken that step?" Yan Daijiao did not gain nothing in these 20 years. She was already at the mid-level God-King realm, and she had the support of the 3 supreme alchemy gods. Her physique had long been nurtured to the point where it was more perfect than any other genius, and her cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. It was just that her strength had increased, but she still could not see through Ling Xiao's depth. However, she could feel that Ling Xiao's aura was even more domineering than before. Standing in front of him, she felt a kind of pressure. She knew that Ling Xiao had definitely gained something, but she didn't know if he had truly reached that step. Ling Xiao forced a smile, shook his head, and said, "I only took half a step, and I don't even know how to take the next half step. It's really troublesome." Seeing Ling Xiao's dissatisfied expression, Yan Daijiao was a little annoyed, and she said, "I thought you didn't gain anything. Advancing half a step is already amazing. You are now the first person since the beginning of time." A half-incipient god realm that was slightly more than 100 years old was indeed the first person in history. She found that this man was too outstanding, and it was impossible for no woman to like him. She had to firmly grasp her own happiness, or else she would regret it for the rest of her life. "This is nothing. I only have one goal." Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about this so-called glory. He just wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. With the power to control his own destiny, he could move freely in the heaven territory. After Yan Daijiao and Ling Xiao talked for a while, she asked Ling Xiao to accompany her to walk around Heaven Origin City. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. He had been in seclusion for so long, and it was good for him to go out and relax. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that after accompanying her to Heaven Origin City, he had actually been recognized by everyone as the boss of the guild. After all, Yan Daijiao was the goddess of the Medicine Alliance, the #1 beauty of the Heaven Origin region. This was the first time she had changed into female clothing and taken off her veil to stroll around with a man. Even a blind person could guess that the relationship between the two was definitely not ordinary. In fact, Yan Daijiao was using this method to swear to the people of the Medicine Alliance and the people of the Heaven Origin region that she had found the man she wanted. However, Ling Xiao still didn't know what was going on. He only felt that as he walked, the gazes of others on him were filled with a strange feeling. After not seeing each other for 20 years, Ling Xiao and Yan Daijiao didn't feel distant at all. Their conversation was still natural, especially when it came to alchemy. The two of them were full of interest. After returning from Heaven Origin City to Palace Hall, Ling Xiao took out some of the divine pills he had refined during his seclusion and gave them to the guild elders in exchange for the divine materials he needed. This could be considered as some of his contributions before leaving the Medicine Alliance. However, before leaving, Ling Xiao still asked for an audience with the two palace masters. In the end, Lian Haogong came out to receive him. The whereabouts of the three palace masters were uncertain. They had long been cultivating in the outer realms, and each time they returned, it was only a divine sense avatar. Ling Xiao explained his intention to Lian Haogong. He hoped that a supreme being could teach him some important points to break through to the great master realm. Lian Haogong saw that Ling Xiao had reached the peak of half-incipient god realm in just 20 years, so he was very emotional. At the same time, he recognized that Ling Xiao's potential was really strong. Once he grew up, in the future, not only could he reach the same height as them, but he could even be compared to his senior. Thus, he didn't think much and immediately agreed to Ling Xiao's request. He didn't arrange for others to teach Ling Xiao. Instead, he personally told Ling Xiao about some of his experiences in breaking through to the great master realm. With Lian Haogong's personal guidance, of course, Ling Xiao was so happy. After Lian Haogong's patient guidance, Ling Xiao finally realized where he was lacking. He finally knew what his next step should be in order to take that crucial half-step. That year, I also used the Supreme God Pellet to reach that step. What I said is just for your reference. Everyone has a different path, and the way to break through is also different. I believe that you will be able to take that half-step sooner or later. Lian Haogong encouraged him. Chapter 1391. What was the Supreme Incipient God Realm? It was the most powerful existence that had cultivated the martial realm to the extreme. Not only did they have the power to destroy the world, but they also had the power to create a new world. If one wanted to take this step, he must first understand the origin of the elemental power he cultivated. He must understand the essence of the power. When he absorbed it, he could also create a scene that belonged to the origin of this power. In order to do this, he must return to the power of the world that he had comprehended when he was at the Celestial Master Realm. The Supreme Expert had to create the original illusory power of the world into a more vivid, real, and substantial existence. He would make it like a living creature and use it as a more powerful attack. This was called the power of the origin universe. The energy of every single source universe condensed into an expanse of spatial energy, and it was capable of creating numerous divine effects and causing extraordinarily great lethality. In addition, the Supreme Expert could also tear the space and guide the space turbulence that belonged to him to attack. He could also pull any opponent into the void and make them lose their way in the desolate space forever. It would be difficult for them to find the way back. They could also cross the space and travel through the void. They could also transcend the inner space and go to the outer space to survive. These were the elements that the Supreme Expert must have. Only by comprehending the existence of these attacks could he gradually touch the threshold of the Supreme Expert realm and successfully make a breakthrough. These were some of the information that Ling Xiao learned from Lian Hao. He had never thought that the Supreme Expert would return to the Celestial Master Realm and that it was closely related to the power of the world. According to Lian Hao, if the power of the origin universe created by a Supreme Expert was like a living world, it could be maintained for a long time and could almost reach the point of passing off the fake as the real one. This was the real creation ability of the Supreme Expert realm. It was very different from the condensed form of the Divine King. It was said that in the Antiquity era, all things were condensed by the ancient god. It was just that this matter was too far away and there was no way to investigate it. Of course, what Lian Hao said was only his own experience. It was similar to other people's, but to really make a breakthrough, it still depended on the specific situation of the person. Everything could only depend on oneself. External forces couldn't help. If one didn't comprehend these, even if he had the Supreme Divine Pellet, he might not be able to become a real Supreme Expert. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao couldn't break through even though he had the power to do so. Thank you for your guidance, Second Palace Master. Ling Xiao has finally seen the light and understood how to take the next step. Ling Xiao bowed to Lian Hao and expressed his gratitude. How important was the guidance of a supreme martial artist? This allowed him to avoid a lot of detours. Moreover, for someone of Duke Lien Hao's status to personally instruct him, how glorious was that, if it was someone else, to be able to let Duke Lien Hao send another supreme martial artist to guide them was already something that made them deeply grateful. Ling Xiao, you don't have to be so courteous. Even without my guidance today, you'll learn about this from your Kim people's supreme master in the future. I'm just here for the occasion, Duke Lien Hao replied. Then he said, by the way, what do you think of our guild's conditions? Compared to your Dragon Gate or Kim people, do you think it's more suitable for you? Ling Xiao somewhat understood what Lien Hao Gong meant, but he still replied straightforwardly. The conditions in the guild are not any worse than Dragon Gate and Kim people, but for us alchemists, this place is much better than any other place. The Medicine Alliance Guild used alchemists as their foundation, so the divine herbs, beast cores, and divine springs here were definitely unimaginable by others. As long as you want it, this place can basically provide it for you, provided that you have the ability to obtain it. Ling Xiao had a deep understanding of this after staying in Palace City for the past few days. If he stayed here, he wouldn't lack any materials to refine pills, and there was also the godly alchemist to communicate with the medicine god. If he stayed here for a long time, he would definitely be able to smoothly become a supreme medicine god. And you're right, in the entire heaven realm, who can compare to our Medicine Alliance in terms of divine materials? It can be said that our guild is the wealthiest power. No one would dare to refute this, Lien Hao Gong said confidently. After pausing for a moment, he continued, then do you want to stay and become a high-level elder of my guild? In the future, when you become a medicine god, I can even let you inherit a portion of our guild's power. Temptation. A blatant temptation. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Lien Hao Gong's words were not exaggerated at all. Not only was the Medicine Alliance the wealthiest force in the heavenly domain, it was also the strongest force. They could practically unite all the forces in the Tianyuan region. This time, it was definitely not something that any force could do. Once he became the successor of the Medicine Alliance's Hall Master, the resources he would be able to enjoy in the future would be enormous, and the power he would be able to support would reach an extremely terrifying level. He believed that this kind of condition was enough to move many people. Ling Xiao was no exception. His willpower had always been outstanding, but when Lien Hao Gong proposed this condition, he still hesitated for a moment and did not immediately reject it. Lien Hao Gong stared closely at Ling Xiao, his eyes revealing a bit of expectation. For countless years, they had been searching for outstanding alchemy geniuses, but the only one who could take over their position was Yan Daijiao. As for Miao Qingyue, he was just an extra, and Ling Xiao was even more outstanding than the two of them. Unfortunately, it was not their guild who discovered this genius first, so they missed the opportunity. Now, they could only rely on some special methods to make up for the lack of opportunity. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and respectfully said, Second Hall Master's proposal is indeed tempting, but I feel that it is still more suitable for me to be a guest elder. Ling Xiao tactfully refused. In the face of this huge temptation, he was actually able to steel his heart and make such a decision. This was really not something that ordinary people could do. Lien Hao Gong did not reveal the slightest bit of displeasure. He once again said in a deep voice, You have to think it through. If you stay, we will betroth Zhao heir to you. You can have both the country and the beauty. This is the dream of everyone. Ling Xiao replied, I appreciate Second Hall Master's good intentions, but my home is in the Sky Dragon region. My parents, wife, children, and the teacher who taught me, they all do not want me to abandon them for personal glory. Otherwise, wouldn't I become a disloyal and unfilial person? I believe Second Hall Master can understand Ling Zhao's difficulties. Haha, not only are you outstanding in cultivation and alchemy, but you also have a glib tongue. This old man has no choice but to admire you. Lien Hao Gong did not show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, he laughed heartily. Through this conversation, he knew that Ling Xiao really had no intention of taking over their guild. Although it was a little embarrassing for him, he could see that Ling Xiao was not hypocritical or pretentious. Instead, he could see that Ling Xiao was a true man. If Ling Xiao immediately agreed to his request, he would instead feel that Ling Xiao was unreliable. Thank you for your understanding, Second Hall Master. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am still a member of the guild. When I need Ling Xiao will definitely not delay it. Ling Xiao said sincerely. If it was someone else like Lian Haogong who had lowered his status and invited Ling Xiao to join, and Ling Xiao still refused like this, it was likely that the other party would also turn hostile. This Lian Haogong was indeed a reasonable person. I'm relieved to hear your words. Once you become a sovereign, you can go anywhere in the Heaven Domain. The distance between the Tianyuan Domain and the Sky Dragon Domain is nothing to you. You won't need to spend too much time going back and forth, and you don't need to worry about being too busy. Haha, Lian Haogong said with a faint smile. Since the ancient times, it was hard to become a great master. Billions of King God Realm and half-incipient God Realm experts were stuck at this step. Those who could cross this step were all the most outstanding warriors, and the ones who could become the alchemy god were even fewer. There were only a few supreme alchemy gods in the Heaven territory, so Lian Haogong had to express his goodwill to Ling Xiao in advance so that Ling Xiao could sit firmly in their medicine union. At that time, their medicine union's prestige would rise to another level, and after Yen Dai Jiao grew up, the medicine union would definitely reach an unprecedented level. And Ling Xiao will definitely do his best. Ling Xiao lightly replied. But you should stay away from Jiao in the future, Lian Haogong said in a low voice. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would be enchanted by this disciple of theirs, but now the situation was reversed. This made him anxious. After all, they only had this one outstanding disciple. If Ling Xiao took her away, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to remind Ling Xiao to keep their distance as soon as possible. He believed that after a while, it would fade away. Hearing Lian Haogong's words, Ling Xiao actually felt a little uncomfortable. He knew that he shouldn't go and provoke other women. But when he was with Yen Dai Jiao, he really couldn't control his mouth and couldn't help but tease her. Moreover, the more he interacted with Yen Dai Jiao, the more he thought of her as a confidant. Now, he couldn't give Yen Dai Jiao what she needed, so it was no wonder that Lian Haogong warned him. Second Hall Master. I know what to do. Ling Xiao responded in a deep voice, then said, I want to leave Palace City and go to other places to comprehend the essence of Second Hall Master's words. When I become a supreme alchemy god in the future, I will definitely return to repay Second Hall Master's kindness for today's guidance. Ling Xiao was very polite and solemn. It could also be considered a promise to Lian Haogong. It's good that you can say that. There are some supreme spirit materials here, enough for you to squander when you become a supreme alchemy god. I just hope that you don't forget what you said today. Lian Haogong threw a spatial ring to Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao becoming a supreme alchemy master was just around the corner. And with Ling Xiao's understanding of alchemy, he didn't need Lian Haogong's guidance. Now that he gave Ling Xiao supreme spirit materials, he was seriously winning over Ling Xiao in advance, letting Ling Xiao owe him a favor, and in the future he would definitely not forget their Medicine Alliance Guild. After all, Ling Xiao's potential was limitless, and he still had a long way to go, so Lian Haogong could still afford this bit of supreme spirit materials. Chapter 1392. Although Ling Xiao had obtained a supreme spirit material from Duke Lian Hao, he wasn't too excited or happy about it. The days he spent with Yen Dai Jiao were quite good, and they already felt like good friends. If he were to distance himself from her in the future, he would feel a bit uncomfortable. Since ancient times, even heroes had a weakness for beauties. Ever since Ling Xiao came to the Heaven Domain, he had always controlled his emotions and never fell for any woman. However, it was undeniable that his playboy heart had always been there. He had a natural desire to get close to beauties, but he always suppressed it and didn't accept them all. Forget it. Too much love has always been replaced with regret. I should sever my own mortal world. Ling Xiao consoled herself in her heart. Having too many women was also a troublesome matter, so he decided not to stay. After saying goodbye to Duke Lian Hao, he didn't go find Yen Dai Jiao. Instead, he planned to leave the palace city and travel around the Heaven Source region. He returned to his courtyard, intending to bid farewell to the people in the courtyard and leave. But as soon as he returned to the courtyard, he was stunned. Yan Daijiao was sitting in the courtyard with her chin resting on her hand. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the spirit flowers in the courtyard, as if there was an indescribable sadness in them. Ling Xiao wanted to leave without saying goodbye, but it seemed impossible now. "Senior Sister Jiao, why are you here?" Ling Xiao asked casually. Ever since he came out of seclusion, Yan Daijiao often came to find him. How could Ling Xiao not feel the affection she showed? However, the most difficult thing was to accept a beauty's kindness. Now, he had no choice but to reject this beauty's kindness. "What? I'm your senior sister. Can't I come to find you? Is it because I'm annoying?" Yan Daijiao glared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and smiled. "Haha, how could that be? It's my honor that senior sister came to find me. I can't be happier." "Is that so? Then from now on, I'll live near you and come find you every day." Yan Dai's beautiful eyes rippled with a different color as she spoke. Her face was suffused with a faint blush. The affection in her words was very obvious. It was impossible for Ling Xiao not to hear it. However, he could only play dumb and smile. "How can I do that? If the other elders knew about this, then even if I had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough." Djiao glanced at Ling Xiao with hidden bitterness and sighed softly. You don't like me, do you?" After a pause, she continued, "Don't deny it. Are you already preparing to leave?" Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be stuck, so he didn't know how to answer. The two of them stared at each other, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a long time, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and resolutely said, My home is in the heavenly dragon domain. My wife and children are there. I love them and they love me. I will protect them for the rest of their lives." Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly telling Yan Daijiao that he already had a family. Moreover, he would eventually return to the heavenly dragon domain to live, so it was impossible for him to stay here for her. Ling Xiao had no choice but to harden his heart and say this because he really didn't want to drag it out any longer. That would be very unfair to Yan Daijiao. Yan Daijiao's body trembled, and a suffocating feeling almost caused her to faint. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, but she forced herself not to let them fall. She said with a look of anticipation, "I knew that an outstanding man like you wouldn't have any women liking you, so you already have a wife and children, but I don't mind. You can bring them to Palace City. I believe we will get along very well. Moreover, their cultivation here won't be any worse than in the Dragon Gate." She couldn't leave the Medicine Alliance Guild. She was destined to be the successor of her 3 masters, so she could only suggest that Ling Xiao bring his wife and children here to live. This was already showing the most tolerant side of a proud daughter of heaven. It could be said that she had already let go of all the reservations of a woman just to be with Ling Xiao. It had to be said that Yan Daijiao was also a woman who dared to love. Ling Xiao didn't expect Yan Daijiao to say something like this, and he was truly shocked. Could he refuse? If he refused, then his relationship with Yan Daijiao would immediately collapse. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior Apprentice Sister Jiao, you might not know what kind of person I am. Let me sit down and slowly tell you, then you can make your decision." With that, Ling Xiao sat on the stone chair opposite Yan Daijiao and took out a jug of wine. He opened the jug and immediately took a big gulp. Just as Ling Xiao was about to clear his throat and speak, Yan Daijiao said first, "I want to drink too." Ling Xiao wanted to say a few words, but seeing her determined expression, he still took out a jug of wine and placed it in front of Yan Daijiao as he softly said, "This wine is very strong. Senior Apprentice Sister Jiao should drink less." Yan Daijiao acted as if she didn't hear Ling Xiao's words. Just like Ling Xiao, she opened the jug and took a big gulp. Cough, cough. As soon as the wine entered her mouth, Yan Daijiao choked and coughed. This wine was brewed by Ling Xiao using all kinds of divine herbs. Aside from having a very powerful effect, it was also very strong. If a holy emperor were to drink 2 mouthfuls, he would probably be drunk. Yan Daijiao was a divine monarch, but she rarely drank wine. She rarely drank wine like Ling Xiao's, so it was not strange for her to choke. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I come from the distant profound spirit continent. To the people of the heaven domain, I am a lowly person. When I was in the profound spirit continent, I had my first love, Yunmeng Qi." Ling Xiao told Yan Daijiao about some of his experiences from the beginning until now. At the same time, he also told Yan Daijiao about the 10 women he had. He had gone through trials and tribulations with them, so their feelings would not fade because of time. He loved them, and they could not lose him. And he, Ling Xiao, was a man of indomitable spirit. He built the proud, smiling palace and showed the valiant side of an ambitious and ruthless person. Therefore, he could not give up his lover and his unyielding character for her. And he, Yan Daijiao, could not give up on his lover and his unyielding character to come to the Medicine Alliance. At the same time, his words also hinted that he was a very fickle person. He already had a lot of women, and he was not a loyal man. If she really wanted to be with him, then she would have to marry a chicken and follow a dog. She had to go back to the Dragon Gate with him, or else they might as well stop here. Senior apprentice Sister Jiao, actually, with your qualifications, there are countless men chasing after you. There are many heroes in the world, and there are also many talented alchemists. You will definitely be able to find a better home, Ling Xiao said as he drank another mouthful of wine. He mocked himself in his heart. Fuck! To give up on such a living beauty. This king is too great. To be honest, if Yan Daijiao really wanted to go with him, Ling Xiao had decided to take her in, but he also knew that this was impossible. After Yan Daijiao heard Ling Xiao's words, she was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. It wasn't because she felt that Ling Xiao had too many women, but because she was shocked by what Ling Xiao had experienced. She had always thought that Ling Xiao was born in the Sky Dragon domain and was a direct descendant of Kim people. With Kim people and Dragon Gate's full support, Ling Xiao was able to become such a monstrous existence. However, she never imagined that Ling Xiao actually came from the ancient continent that had already declined, Shenling continent. Furthermore, he relied on himself to walk step by step until now. Just how many life and death situations had he gone through in this period of time? He was able to overcome all of them to reach his current level of strength. Furthermore, what moved her the most was that Ling Xiao had actually come to Heaven Domain from thousands of miles away for the first woman he loved. This kind of love was something she could not express with words. If there was such a man in this world who would do this for her, she would rather give up the identity of the guild's successor and be in love with that man for eternity. In this world where martial strength was revered, in this world where people pursued the pinnacle and eternal life, there were many people who did not believe in the existence of love. How many vows of eternal love had been made? How many vows of eternal love had been made? In the erosion of time, how many people would be able to maintain their loyalty and affection? In order to pursue power, in order to obtain all kinds of spiritual items, they could abandon all of their loved ones in this world and even become enemies. What was love in this world? In this world, how many people could answer this question? In their eyes, there was only strength and eternal life. Only then would they have the qualifications to love. Otherwise, once the distance between people was widened, any kind of friendship would be fleeting like clouds and smoke. Yan Daijiao thought about how Ling Xiao had suffered in the past and how although Ling Xiao had a dissolute nature, he was even more sentimental and righteous, willing to give up everything for his lover. She couldn't help but cry. Her trembling hand reached out towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dodge. He knew that there were some things that needed to be solved from the root. That tender hand gently caressed that resolute and handsome face, and a kind of endless affection instantly warmed up. So you have suffered so much, Yan Daijiao softly said. It was said that women were made of water. Although Yan Daijiao was called a goddess, she was still a woman and could be easily moved. Ling Xiao gently held Yan Daijiao's hand and very seriously said, Senior Sister Jiao, you are a very understanding and beautiful woman. Any man would be moved by you, and I am no exception. However, you also understand my difficulties, so I feel like we should maintain our current relationship as good friends. In any case, I am also an elder of the guild. In the future, when I have time, I will come and see you. I am still waiting for the day when you become the alchemy god. Yan Dai Jiao's heart beat very quickly when she was held by Ling Xiao like this. A sweet feeling involuntarily arose in her heart. However, when she heard the latter part of Ling Xiao's words, she felt a wave of discomfort. She instantly broke free from Ling Xiao's hand and stood up. She glared at Ling Xiao and said, "You are a liar. I will hate you for the rest of my life." Yan Dai Jiao turned around and ran away, leaving behind only a few crystal droplets floating in the air. Ling Xiao caught the teardrop in his hand and watched it dissolve in his palm. Even his heart of stone was softened. Chapter 1393. The Tianyuan region was vast and boundless, with forces scattered all over the place and a much larger population than other regions. After all, this was a blessed land for alchemists, and where there were alchemists, there would naturally be many cultivators gathered. Since ancient times, people from other regions had been moving here one after another. They all wanted to befriend alchemists and help them reach the next level in their martial Dao, allowing them to walk further down the road. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. Robbing, burning, killing, and plundering could happen at any time, especially in those mountain ranges where spiritual items and sacred materials appeared. Such incidents were even more common. At this time, in a mountain range called the Ancient Quaking Mountain Range, a young man was walking on foot when he was intercepted by a dozen mercenary roving bandits. This young man was wearing a simple martial attire. Other than being a little handsome and having a sturdy figure, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. No, there was still a calm smile hanging on his face, making people feel that he was a little demonic. The strength of these dozen mercenary roving bandits was quite good, and their leader was actually a peak holy emperor. The rest of them were all holy emperors, some were saints, and each of them was riding a mighty holy beast while holding a ferocious weapon. They surrounded the young man with malicious smiles on their faces. "Boy, daring to run into this deep mountain forest at such a young age. I have to admire your courage. Leave behind your space ring and we'll spare your life." The scar-faced leader sneered, the long scar on his face making him look extremely ferocious. He was riding a ninth-order three-headed lion beast as he looked down at the young man. In his eyes, this lone young man was already food on their plate. This group of people were mercenary roving bandits from the periphery of the ancient Quaking Mountain Range. They were not a powerful mercenary group at all. They generally chose to rob cultivators who were not very strong or were alone. This way, the people they encountered would not be too strong and there would not be too much trouble. For example, the young man in front of them looked graceful and dignified, so they thought that he might be a disciple of some sect or big family who came out to train. This kind of person was usually a little fat sheep, and they liked to rob the most. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong target this time. The young man in front of him was indeed a little fat lamb, but he was definitely not the kind of little fat lamb that could be casually slaughtered. The young man had a disapproving look on his face, and his dragon eyes flashed with a hint of savagery. "In your line of work, you earn fast, but you die fast. You have to think this through." The moment the young man's words came out, everyone burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Do you think we can rob just anyone? For a hothead like you, nothing will happen to us even if we have to go through hundreds of tribulations a year." The leading peak holy emperor laughed. Then, he gestured to the people around him to capture the young man. A high-level saint stepped out, riding a peak-type 8 lion head horse, waving his meteor hammer as he charged towards the young man. "Young man, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll end your little life." The high-level saint laughed coldly, and the meteor hammer in his hand smashed down towards the young man's face. These people usually killed without batting an eyelid, and they would kill as soon as they attacked. It would be difficult for anyone below the Holy Emperor's strength to withstand this attack, and the spatial energy within it pressed down incessantly towards the young man. The young man was actually fearless, and he actually didn't dodge at all. He only raised his hand when the hammer was about to arrive in front of him, and then he raised a finger and tapped it towards the meteor hammer. Everyone in the surroundings sneered with ridicule. They felt that there was definitely something wrong with the young man's head because he was actually trying to stop a top-grade saint artifact with a single hand. However, all of them were stunned in the next moment. Bang! The meteor hammer was instantly blasted into pieces as soon as it came into contact with the young man's finger. The mercenary was even more shocked. He just realized that the young man in front of him was not someone that could be easily bullied. The mercenaries and roving bandits were also stunned. After a moment, the peak-type Holy Emperor who was leading the group immediately shouted, "Let's kill him together!" As soon as he said that, all the Holy Emperor and saints moved. They cooperated seamlessly, and their aura burst out at the same time towards the young man. At the same time, they attacked the young man. The series of actions were performed in the blink of an eye, so fast that it was difficult for anyone to react. Even if the young man was a peak-type Holy Emperor, it would be difficult for him to escape from the dozen of them. The power of their attacks was even more terrifying. The colorful elemental energy and the spatial energy came crashing down, causing the ground nearby to be blasted into a crater that was thousands of meters wide. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Even a demigod king would have to retreat from such a concentrated and terrifying power. These people were indeed mercenaries who often robbed and killed together. The power of their cooperation was indeed extraordinary. What a wretch! I hope the interspatial ring isn't destroyed, the peak-type Holy Emperor said disdainfully. Who are you calling a wretch? Do you think someone like you is worthy of robbing me? A faint voice rang in his ear. A hand instantly grabbed his neck, causing him to shiver both physically and mentally. Crack! When the peak-type Holy Emperor saw that the person who grabbed his neck was the young man who was attacked, his neck was broken before he could react. His escaping soul was instantly absorbed by the divine hoop on the young man's forehead. Following his death, the three-headed Yong also died on the spot. When the mercenaries and bandits in the surroundings saw the scene, every single one of them felt as if they'd fallen into an icy cellar, and it caused them to feel that this young man wasn't a soft sieve that they could knead as they pleased, but a ferocious tiger that ate people. Run! There was only one thought in their minds. They immediately scattered and fled in all directions. They were people who had faced countless dangers before. They knew that only by fleeing in different directions would they have a higher chance of survival. However, the young man was far more powerful than they had imagined. "Do you think you can escape?" After the young man said faintly, an inexplicable force burst forth from his body. The surrounding interspatial energy seemed to be under his control, directly suppressing the people in all directions. The interspatial energy was like a mountain crashing down, directly crushing the dozen people and holy beasts into minced meat and blood. The scene was extremely hideous and disgusting. "I'm already in a bad mood, yet you still dare to provoke me. You really don't know what's good for you," the young man said faintly to himself. His dragon eyes glanced in one direction, and there was an indescribable bitterness in his eyes. This young man was Ling Xiao, who had left Palace City a month ago. Back then, he had wanted to talk things out with Yan Daijiao so that the two of them could maintain their friendship. However, he had overreached himself and made Yan Daijiao so angry. He was in a very difficult position, and at the same time he felt very uncomfortable. Perhaps he was not willing to admit it, but in his heart, he also somewhat liked this beautiful senior sister. Now that Ling Xiao had come out of Grand Hall City, he was heading south. He didn't use the spatial matrix. He planned to temper himself as he traveled. First, he wanted to relax his mind. Then, he hoped that he could enter the state of enlightenment as soon as possible. That way, he could break through as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, he had just entered this mountain range when he encountered these blind bandits. They were simply here to vent his anger. After Ling Xiao collected the interspatial rings of these mercenaries and roving bandits, he directly stepped into the depths of this mountain range, trying to cross it. Ling Xiao had been in retreat for 20 years and his strength had reached an unprecedented bottleneck. He didn't know how long this bottleneck would last. It could be a year, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. In short, it all depended on his luck. Ling Xiao planned to adjust his sad state of mind first. Otherwise, how could he calm his mind and comprehend this new realm? The quaking mountain range was an ancient mountain range, so it spanned a very long distance. Even a god king would need several months to fly across it, but with Ling Xiao's strength, it wouldn't take that long. However, he now wanted to find a holy beast to practice with in this mountain range and test the power of the Emperor Dragon heaven-extinguishing secret art he had created. With a single step, Ling Xiao crossed tens of thousands of kilometers, directly crossing many majestic mountains, and arrived at the hinterland of the mountain range where many holy beasts resided. Along the way, Ling Xiao relaxed his state of mind, feeling the laws of nature and the conversion of various forces. Ever since he entered into secluded cultivation that allowed him to grasp the essence of the 5 elemental forces he cultivated, he understood the principle that the 5 elemental forces reinforced and restrained each other. Unfortunately, he lacked earth and wind among the 5 elements, so it was extremely difficult for him to grind out the power of the universe of creation that belonged to him. After all, the power of the world at the heavenly exalt stage was thousands of times weaker than the power of the universe of creation. The power of the world was only the foundation, and in order to make it come to life as if it was real, one must have the primordial power that controlled creation. Therefore, Ling Xiao always wanted to understand the existence of this realm a little bit earlier than he did before. However, this wasn't something that could be achieved overnight, and he could only rely on slowly feeling and accumulating to see results. A few days later, Ling Xiao arrived at the top of a mountain, and as far as the eye could see, he could see a few mutated holy beasts living here. "All right, let's practice here," Ling Xiao muttered to himself with satisfaction, and then he released the aura from his body. The nearby mutated holy beasts instantly awoke from their deep slumber, and every single one of them let out world-shaking roars. Shockingly, these were all mutated iron-backed leopards. One was an advanced 10th grade beast, 2 were intermediate 10th grade beasts, and 4 were low-level 10th grade beasts. Their bodies were enormous like mountains, and there was a long spine on their backs. They looked extremely ferocious and terrifying, and their gloomy and cold eyes revealed a dense bloodthirst. Chapter 1394. The Ironback Leopard was an Earth attribute mutated sacred beast. When they gathered here, the territory of several hundred mountains was under their control. Ordinary sacred beasts would not dare to cross over easily. Ling Xiao's sudden release of his aura immediately attracted their attention. It was clear how much pressure Ling Xiao exerted on them. "Human, leave quickly or we'll eat you." The leading Ironback Leopard spoke in the human language. They could sense Ling Xiao's strength and did not want to provoke such a human unless it was absolutely necessary. "Don't be so fierce. I only wanted to have a competition with you. Don't worry, I won't take your lives," Ling Xiao said to the Ironback Leopards. He had no interest in hunting sacred beasts. As long as he became a supreme alchemy god, he could have anything he wanted. Why would he want to make life difficult for these sacred beasts? Of course, it was not that easy to find a holy beast that could match up to him. Normally, existences that had reached the top level of holy beasts would not easily appear, unless he deliberately looked for them. Only then would he encounter such a powerful existence. These Ironback Leopards could already be dealt with by Ling Xiao when he was at the God King realm. The reason why Ling Xiao chose them was because 10th rank sacred beasts were not easy to find. Moreover, these earth attribute sacred beasts were even harder to find. Moreover, he would not go all out against them. He was prepared to deliberately suppress his cultivation to practice with them. "What an arrogant human! I'll eat you!" A mid-level 10th rank Ironback Leopard angrily roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Even though the Ironback Leopard was an earth attribute sacred beast, it was still a leopard-type sacred beast. Its speed was much faster than other sacred beasts of the same level. Although its body was huge, its movements were much more nimble. In a flash, it arrived above Ling Xiao's head and swung its jaws down. However, when it bit down, it discovered that Ling Xiao had already moved to the other side. The ironback leopard was unwilling to give up and continued to chase after Ling Xiao. However, it could not even touch Ling Xiao's hair. It was enraged, and its elemental power finally erupted. Huge rocks floated up and shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered. He suppressed his cultivation level to the high-level God-King realm and used his fists and legs to smash the rocks into smithereens. He even kicked some of them back at the iron-backed leopard, causing it to howl in pain. "Come at me together, or I'll kill it." Ling Xiao did not feel any pressure at all, and could not help but feel a little impatient. After saying that, he directly rushed to the side of the mid-10th order iron spine leopard, and with a powerful blow, the iron spine leopard was sent flying far away. Sure enough, the other iron-backed leopards realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Their hair stood on end as they howled in alarm. Then, all the rocks in the vicinity were affected by them. They floated in the air and flew towards Ling Xiao. The sky was filled with rocks, and every one of them carried the force of millions of kilograms. Ordinary god-kings would be smashed into minced meat if they were hit. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. He laughed maniacally and said, "Now this is a little more exciting, otherwise it won't be fun." As his voice fell, he finally unleashed the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art. First form, Imperial Dragon dazzles the world. Those huge divine dragons tore through the sky, and their supreme emperor's might was fully displayed. The dragon's roar echoed for millions of miles, and the dragons soared through the clouds. Golden light flashed as they wreaked havoc. Many of the rocks that rushed over were turned into dust by the golden dragon's true body. They were unable to harm the dragon at all. The golden dragon-like palm imprints pierced through space and blasted in all directions, causing the space around them to crumble and crumble. The 7 iron-backed leopards all felt a pressure from their source. Their fur stood on end, and thick layers of soil wrapped around them, blocking the golden palm imprints that filled the sky. Bang bang! A series of muffled sounds rang out, and pieces of stone fragments flew everywhere. The 7 iron-backed leopards' defenses were completely destroyed, and each of them was sent flying far away. Their blood splattered everywhere. The 4 low-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopards died on the spot, and the 2 mid-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopards were severely injured. Only the high-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopard struggled to get up. The high-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopard glared at Ling Xiao angrily, then slowly retreated with fear. It roared, Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? How could you lie to us? What a cunning human." Ling Xiao was also stunned. He opened his palms and muttered to himself, "I clearly suppressed my realm, and I didn't use my dragon-shaped battle chi. How could my strength be so great? Could it be that the Emperor Dragon Heaven Annihilating Art is really so powerful?" When Ling Xiao created the Emperor Dragon Heaven Annihilating Art in seclusion, he only deduced the first 5 moves. He himself felt that its power was definitely extraordinary, but he didn't expect that the moment he made his move, it would blow up a 10th-tier holy beast that was famous for its defense. Even he himself was shocked. After all, he had suppressed his realm to the newly advanced Divine King realm. He felt that it was already very good to be able to break through their defense, but the result was really very different. Ling Xiao looked at the heavily injured high-tier 10th-tier iron-backed leopard and asked, "Who is your king here? Could it be that you want to find our king to compete?" Fine, I'll tell you, it's the Crimson Gold Bird King. Do you dare to go deal with it?" The iron-backed leopard knew how to provoke him. "Crimson Gold Bird King? I want to see how powerful it is. Tell me where it is." Ling Xiao said. He definitely wanted to test out the power of his Emperor Dragon Heaven Annihilating Art. At the same time, he also hoped that he would meet his match, allowing him to deduce even more powerful moves. "It's at the Crimson Gold Peak over there. The tallest crimson gold tree there is its resting place," the iron-backed leopard said towards a direction. Just as its words fell, Ling Xiao had already turned into a gust of wind, sweeping in that direction. The Crimson Gold Bird King already possesses a higher level of power. How can it be something that a human like you can deal with? You can just go and die, the iron-backed leopard said rather proudly. There were tens of thousands of spiritual beasts in the world, and they all had different levels. There were spiritual beasts with ordinary bloodlines, there were mutated spiritual beasts, and there were also descendants and various divine beasts that had been passed down from ancient times to the primordial era. All the records were not comprehensive, because along with the changes of time, many mutated spiritual beasts also emerged one after another, making it difficult for people to distinguish between them. As for this Crimson Gold Bird King, it was also Ling Xiao's first time hearing about it. He also did not know what kind of mutated bird beast it was, or whether it was a mutated species that had survived from ancient times. Ling Xiao arrived in front of a strange mountain peak. This mountain peak towered into the clouds, at least tens of thousands of meters high, appearing extremely spectacular and eye-catching. However, the most attractive thing about it was not its height, but the color of its rocks. It was actually a mix of gold and red, containing the power of two different attributes. It was truly astonishing. The trees and spiritual grasses on the mountain peak were obviously also of this dual attribute. Since ancient times, metal and fire had been known to restrain each other. Basically, it was very rare for objects with such conflicting attributes to appear at the same time. However, the mountain peak in front of him was an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao also had the metal and fire attributes, he also had the other attributes to harmonize and fuse them together. Otherwise, how could he peacefully cultivate these two attributes? In the center of this mountain peak, there was a huge tree that towered into the sky. The aura of metal and fire lingered around it, bringing with it a dense divine glow. It was extremely dazzling. This should be the pure gold peak and the pure gold tree. I believe that the pure gold bird king will be here, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His divine eyes pierced through the layers of branches and leaves and looked towards the center of the pure gold tree. Sure enough, there was a very large bird's nest inside the pure gold tree. It was like a huge plate, extremely shocking. After passing through the bird's nest, Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that he did not see the pure gold bird king that he wanted to see. Instead, he saw three young pure gold birds. Looking at the way they flapped their two-colored wings, they looked extremely cute, making people want to bring them to their side to play with them. For a rare descendant of a mutated holy beast like this, if it were to be auctioned outside, its price would definitely not be lower than a divine material. Ling Xiao was a little tempted and wanted to keep them, but looking at their cute appearance, he dispelled this idea. After all, he was also a man with a child. His thoughts had become different from when he was young. He understood what it was like to be connected to flesh and bones. If he were to take this young beast away, the pure gold bird king would definitely be very sad. When did I become so sentimental? Really? Ling Xiao laughed at himself. Screech. At this moment, a loud and clear neigh could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao turned his head to look and saw a giant bird with two colors and two tails rushing over from the horizon. In its mouth was a bloody corpse of a rank 8 spirit beast. The head of this giant bird was somewhat similar to that of a phoenix, but its body was round and plump, more like that of an eagle. The strangest thing about it was that it had two distinct colors on its left and right sides, one red and one gold, separated in the middle. It also had two tails, one red and one gold. It was truly a very contradictory mutated body. The pure gold bird came to the pure gold tree and threw the corpse of the rank 8 spirit beast into its nest. Then, it coldly stared at Ling Xiao and said in a female voice, "Human, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will become the food of my child." Ling Xiao glanced at the pure gold bird. He didn't feel any pressure, so it should be just a peak of rank 10 existence. He couldn't help but be skeptical. Is this the strongest beast in the quaking mountain range? The peak of rank 10 could be compared to the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Perhaps it would be a pressure to the ordinary Sinjin of Goguryeo, but to Ling Xiao it wasn't worthy of his attention. After all, Ling Xiao was at the peak of half-incipient god realm. With his increased competence, he thought he could even fight a rank 11 holy beast. Right when Ling Xiao was about to leave in disappointment, another loud cry arose from the other side of the sky. A shadow dashed towards Ling Xiao at an extreme speed. There's another pure gold bird. Ling Xiao screamed excitedly. Chapter 1395. The pure gold bird that came later was the real pure gold bird king. It was a male pure gold bird with a terrifying realm of level 11. It should be a pair with the female pure gold bird in front of him. Its body was much bigger than the previous one. Its two colored feathers emitted brilliant divine light. The feather on its forehead was even more dazzling. It charged towards Ling Xiao in a menacing manner, its sharp beak bringing with it a sharp chi energy slashing towards him. It arrived in just a blink. The two different auras made Ling Xiao so excited. He wanted to find this kind of strong holy beast to test his moves. That was how he could perform his Imperial Dragon Sky destroying secret art. A level 11 holy beast could be compared to a supreme incipient god realm expert. Holy beasts were born with great advantages in certain aspects. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Good move! Shi Yan screamed in fright. He urged all of his fighting power. A great aura descended from the sky as the Imperial Dragon appeared. Ling Xiao used his palm as a saber. The sharp metal power slashed down like a golden saber in the shape of a dragon. A massive flow of chaotic space energy appeared, slashing towards the pure gold bird king. Looking from afar, one could only see that the momentum of the golden dragon saber had directly split apart this part of the world. Its power was truly vast and majestic. Ling Xiao was at the peak of half-incipient god realm. With all of his fighting power enhanced, his slash could kill any experienced half-incipient god realm expert. However, such a powerful move wasn't enough to intimidate the rank 11 bird king. The pure gold bird king's sharp beak emitted a divine light. Two energies, one red and one gold, collided with each other and attacked Ling Xiao's metal current energy. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions echoed unceasingly. Almost all the spiritual chi in the sky had been swept away. Many mountains around were shaking unceasingly. The female pure gold bird protected her baby and her nest. She didn't want to be affected by those energies. The attack dissipated, but the crimson gold bird king continued to charge at Ling Xiao. Its feathers, one red and one gold, carried with them two completely different types of power as they attacked. Ling Xiao was taken aback. He immediately moved to the peak of the 9 heavens, intending to have a good fight with the crimson gold bird. After the first test, the power of his Imperial Dragon Sky destroying secret art was beyond his imagination. Could fight against a level 11 holy beast, and it wasn't a one-sided fight. Although the pure gold bird king was just at level 11, it wasn't an existence that any half-incipient god realm expert could challenge. My many years of hard work were not in vain. The power of the Imperial Dragon Heaven destroying art is definitely not inferior to any of the ancient god arts. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Now, he was even more determined to create the last 4 styles. At that time, it would give him more confidence and support to fight against those of a higher level. The crimson gold bird king soared into the sky and continued to unleash all sorts of attacks at Ling Xiao. It spat out flames and swung out golden blades. These attacks covered the entire sky. They were so dense that it was impossible to defend against them. Ling Xiao turned around and relaxed his body. The Imperial Dragon Sky destroying secret art appeared one more time. This time, he used the second move, Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon. Wave after wave of palm shadows that resembled silken hands continuously dispelled the various attacks of the Crimson Gold Bird King. At the same time, the attacks that approached its body were directly crushed into powder. However, the pure Gold Bird King was a level 11 holy beast. Of course, it wasn't easy to block its furious attack. Moreover, its fire and metal attacks seemed to contain another destructive power. Fire could subdue metal. Both of them were main attacking powers. Metal was first while fire followed. Fire melted metal, creating a scorching, destructive power that could burn metal. It wasn't a combination of attacking powers. It was a power that could destroy anything. It was like throwing a large amount of gold nuggets into a sea of fire and letting the flames burn them. When the gold nuggets melted, the golden liquid fire produced would be the most frightening power. Anything that fell into it would be melted by the boiling golden liquid before it could be incinerated by the flames. That was why it was said that when two opposing powers canceled each other out, the destructive power produced was the most powerful existence. This was also why the pure gold bird king's attacks were so terrifying. Ling Xiao's divine body was in excruciating pain from the scorching golden liquid fire. Even his skin was charred. If it wasn't for the fact that his divine body's defense was comparable to an ancient divine weapon, he would have been reduced to a pulp the moment he came into contact with this power. This power is terrifying. How can it be so destructive? Ling Xiao muttered with a look of horror on his face. Following that, he raised his strength to the limit. Imperial Dragon Sky destroying Secret Art's third move, Icebreaker Mountains and Rivers. Ling Xiao punched out with his crystalline fists. The first punch was able to freeze everything within 10,000 miles, blocking the pure gold bird king's power. Ling Xiao took advantage of the situation to increase his attacks. Waves of spatial turbulence appeared as icebergs smashed down on the pure gold bird king. Boom! Boom! The power of ice temporarily suppressed the boiling golden liquid fire. However, it only took an instant for it to melt. However, Ling Xiao's continuous attacks had also dealt a heavy blow to the Crimson Gold Bird King. The power of ice was extremely cold, so much so that even its body was struggling to withstand it. Furthermore, the icebergs that rushed out of the spatial turbulence caused it great pain. A series of piercing screeches rang out. If it was a peak 10th level Saint Beast, Ling Xiao's punches would have been enough to kill it. However, it was an 11th level Saint Beast. Its reaction speed was extremely fast. Most of the attacks were unable to harm it. Only a few of the attacks made it feel uncomfortable. A few of its feathers were destroyed, which made it extremely angry. "You damned human! How dare you hurt me? I will eat you alive." The Crimson Gold Bird King was extremely short-tempered. It let out a shrill cry as its body danced in the air, filling the sky with its two-colored feathers. The bird's body moved rapidly as it approached Ling Xiao. The most powerful part of it wasn't its feather attacks, but its sharp beak and claws. As long as it could get close to that human, it would be able to peck him to death. Its claws could also turn him into a pool of blood. Ling Xiao was in high spirits. He used the first three moves of the Imperial Dragon Sky destroying Secret Art one after another. He was actually able to withstand the pure gold bird king's attacks. Although he had sustained many injuries, he had the ancient Emperor Divine technique to recover. He could hold on. The pure gold bird king had already broken through its defenses. The sharp beak was pecking toward his position. The beak seemed to be able to extend infinitely. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Ling Xiao. Ah! Ling Xiao wanted to escape, but it was too late for him to do so. A large bloody hole was immediately opened in his chest, causing his intestines to tumble out and golden blood to splatter all over his body, causing him to scream in pain. If not for the fact that his body was comparable to an ancient god artifact, he would have exploded from that peck. The pure gold bird king was also extremely shocked. With its strength, even a peak 10th level Saint Beast would have burst open from its peck. However, it was unable to peck this human to death. However, it was only stunned for a moment. Its sharp beak attacked again, this time aiming to devour Ling Xiao. Damn it! I was too careless. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. He used the ancient Emperor Divine technique to heal his injuries at an extremely fast rate. He raised his speed to the limit and dodged far away. Panting, he swallowed another 2 divine pills to recover the divine power he had expended. He had thought that he could fight the pure gold bird king to a draw. Who would have thought that the bird would suddenly approach him and peck at him? This was truly unexpected, and he was struck. After all, the speed of an 11th level Saint Beast was terrifying. It was not something that anyone could dodge. The pure gold bird king attacked again. Ling Xiao roared angrily. He was determined to tear the pure gold bird king down. Fourth form, burning sun, shattering sun. The blazing flames and the torrential fist intent were like 9 brilliant suns gathering together. In the end, every brilliant sun exploded. With every explosion, a part of the space was blasted into nothingness. Countless spatial turbulence splashed out incessantly. The power of the Nine Suns explosion was unimaginably terrifying. This was an attack that Ling Xiao had unleashed with all his might. He was determined to annihilate the pure gold bird king. The pure gold bird king revealed a shocked expression. It flapped its wings anxiously, sending countless feathers flying toward Ling Xiao's attack like arrows and golden blades. At the same time, its figure flew backward, not daring to come into contact with this destructive power. However, Ling Xiao's strength exceeded its expectations. 9 consecutive explosions rang out, causing it to be at a loss for what to do. Many of its feathers were blasted off. Screech! The pure gold bird king cried out in pain. Its left wing was bleeding profusely from the explosion. It was almost crippled. Ling Xiao had expended a great deal of divine power to use this move. It was obvious from his panting. However, the fact that this move was able to injure the pure gold bird king showed just how terrifying it was. One had to know that he had injured an 11th level Saint Beast. That was an existence comparable to a true supreme being. Moreover, the pure gold bird king had retreated too fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been wounded so lightly. Looking at the wounded pure gold bird king, Ling Xiao thought that this meant that the power of this punch was enough to challenge a supreme being or an incipient god realm expert. Of course, this move alone couldn't kill the pure gold bird king. At most, it could make the bird a little afraid. Damn human! You have completely enraged me. Go to hell. The pure gold bird king was wounded. Obviously, it was enraged by Ling Xiao. Finally, it was going to use its ultimate attack. It spread its wings in the air, and 2 different powers rose from its body, forming 2 huge bird-shaped battle silhouettes, one red and one gold. The bird-shaped battle silhouette enveloped the entire area. Its spread wings seemed to envelop the entire area. As the crimson gold bird king waved its wings, the 2 bird-shaped battle silhouettes charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. One in front of the other, they chased after each other. In the end, they crisscrossed with each other, creating a spiral attack of 2 colors. Under this attack, the surrounding space was reduced to nothingness. Everything was burned to ashes by the flames, and the sharp metal aura cut them into sharp blades that were hundreds of thousands of feet long. In the end, when they gathered, they formed a destructive power that could melt metal with fire. Chapter 1396. Up in the heavens. The winds and clouds lost their color as crimson golden phenomena appeared one after another. The space within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was filled with fiery golden energy. Even the 9 heavens barrier was about to be torn apart. Astral winds from the outer realms crashed into the mountain range incessantly, causing the skies above the quaking mountain range to be filled with a horrifying scene. All the living creatures were so frightened that they prostrated themselves and trembled uncontrollably. This was the Bird King's ultimate attack, and it displayed the true strength of the 11 sacred beasts. It was easy to imagine that it had only been toying with Ling Xiao earlier. Now it was getting serious. Ling Xiao had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. The only thing he could do was to use all his strength to fight back and be killed. F***CK. This fellow's strength is so terrifying. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he roared in shock. He had originally wanted to send out his spiritual avatar to block this attack, but he gave up on this decision after some hesitation. This was because he wanted to force out the full power of the Imperial Dragon heaven-slaying art and familiarize himself with it. The current situation of life and death was the best touchstone. Besides, he also wanted to thoroughly feel how the destructive power of the Crimson Gold Bird King was formed by the 2 opposing attributes, and he wanted to comprehend the new technique. It could be said that Ling Xiao was putting himself in danger and using his body as a test. He wanted to perfect the technique he had created, and at the same time, he wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend a new technique. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was a madman. He was actually playing with his own life. Of course, he had only dared to do this because he was certain that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop could protect his head, and that he had a spiritual avatar ready to come out at any time. Ling Xiao instantly pushed his aura to the limit. Emperor Dragon Heaven-Slaying Technique's fifth technique, Sky-Ripping Wild Shadow. Ling Xiao's body began to spin as countless afterimages of his legs swept out in a frenzy. At the same time, his body split into tens of thousands of afterimages. Each afterimage transformed into a Category 13 tornado that spun violently. One after another, perfectly round pillars of wind appeared, sweeping away the two types of power that the Bird King had sent hurtling towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously in the ninth heaven, and countless forces shot out in all directions. Each beam of energy in this area was enough to kill any King God Realm warrior on the spot. Moreover, if a half-incipient God Realm warrior came near their battle area, he wouldn't be able to survive. The pure gold Bird King was at low level of level 11 and Ling Xiao was at peak of half-incipient God Realm. When he used all of his powers, he wasn't much different from an ordinary great warrior. The power of the collision between them was, of course, incomparably terrifying. Otherwise, how could even the nine heavens barrier be broken? Ling Xiao used Skyrending Berserk Shadow to block the majority of the Crimson Gold Bird King's attacks. However, he still felt that it wasn't enough. The Bird King's strength was too terrifying. It launched wave after wave of attacks as if it wasn't worried about exhausting all of its energy. Come on. Let the attacks continue to be fiercer. Ling Xiao's real body was already covered in blood, but his fighting spirit was still high. With a roar, he used all 5 forms of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art. First move, Emperor Dragon's Glory. Second move, Devouring Dragon and Swallowing Moon. Third move, Ice Breaks Mountains and Rivers. Fourth move, Burning Sun Breaks the Sun. Fifth move, Skyrending Berserk Shadow. 5 moves stacked on top of each other. Palms, fists, and legs were all used. He wanted to break the sky and defeat the Bird King. No one knew how long the battle in the 9 heavens had been going on. Their powers continued to collide, and colorful energy splashed everywhere. It was as if a strange phenomenon had appeared. It was incomparably breathtaking. Fortunately, they were fighting on the peak of the 9 heavens. Otherwise, with their terrifying destructive powers, the entire quaking mountain range would have been destroyed. After an unknown number of moves, the man and the beast finally calmed down. Everything returned to normal. The Bird King wasn't dead, but many of its feathers had fallen off and it was bleeding profusely. Human, you're very powerful, but you're still not enough to defeat me, the Bird King shrieked. After a few screeches, it dragged its heavily injured body back to its nest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 9 heavens, Ling Xiao didn't have much of his flesh left. Golden blood flowed continuously from his body, revealing the deep white bones on his body. He looked incomparably sinister and terrifying. Ling Xiao's divine power had been completely depleted. He almost fell uncontrollably. He hurriedly took out a few divine pills from the cauldron and swallowed them. He wanted to recover some divine power and save his life as soon as possible. An 11th grade divine beast is indeed powerful. Even after going all out, I only managed to force it back. Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a bitter smile. With that, he controlled his body and slowly flew downwards. At the same time, he quickly recovered from his physical injuries. However, when he flew to the foot of a mountain, he discovered that there was a force in his chest that was destroying his body. It prevented his body from recovering and made it difficult for his wounds to heal. Ling Xiao wanted to force the remnant force out, but he discovered that there was something strange about it. He temporarily gave up on the idea. After healing the rest of his physical injuries, he absorbed a considerable amount of origin energy and borrowed the power of the divine pills to recover 30 to 40% of his combat power. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his chest that was temporarily unable to heal. He saw that there was a ball of golden liquid that seemed to be boiling non-stop, causing him great pain. Its destructive power wanted to expand and destroy the surrounding flesh and organs, but fortunately, it could be suppressed and did not let it have its way. Only someone like Ling Xiao, who had a freakish physical body, could endure the golden liquid boiling on his body. If it were anyone else, they would have long been tortured to death. However, this was also due to the fact that when Ling Xiao was cultivating the ancient emperor's mystic art, he had suffered much more than an ordinary person could ever hope to achieve. The life and death battles he had gone through had made his endurance reach an unimaginable level. Ling Xiao examined the golden liquid and murmured with deep doubt, "This should be the attack of the Crimson Gold Bird King. However, it's a little strange. Its destructive power is not weak at all. How did it do this?" Ling Xiao could not understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. He simply closed his eyes and carefully experienced how the force was formed. He closed his eyes for 3 days. His brows would sometimes tighten and sometimes relax. He seemed to have fallen into some kind of deep thought. 3 days later, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes. The force had been forced out by him. Ling Xiao casually waved his hand and caught the force in his hand. He looked at the golden liquid with a faint smile and said, "So there's a reason for the existence of mutually reinforcing and restraining forces. Mutually reinforcing can increase one's strength, but mutually restraining can also bring about greater destruction. No wonder the Crimson Gold Bird King's attack is so powerful. It turns out that it understands the destructive power of mutually restraining forces. That's why its attack is so terrifying." Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he understood the profoundness behind it. He could not wait to try out this destructive force and see if he could completely comprehend it and create the 6th form of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-Slaying technique. 2 forces rose from Ling Xiao's hands. One was a fiery glow in his left hand, while the other was a golden glow. The 2 forces constantly approached each other, but the golden glow was quickly incinerated and evaporated by the flames. How can I grasp that crucial point and prevent the power of metal from being completely incinerated by the flames? Ling Xiao pondered. Next, as he walked through the mountain range, he constantly tried to collide the power of metal and fire. He wanted to destroy the destructive power of the golden liquid fire. After more than a month of relentless effort, Ling Xiao increasingly felt that his understanding of the principle of mutual restraint was very clear. As long as he could extract that crucial point, he would be able to control that destructive force. In addition, not only did he understand the principle of mutual suppression, but he also understood the principle of mutual generation. Only by slowly comprehending the principles of mutual generation and mutual suppression would he be able to benefit a person like him who cultivated all 5 elements at the same time. At the same time, he would be able to create a powerful move that could fuse multiple elements together. Ling Xiao spent half a year to traverse the quaking mountain range. Although he did not manage to derive the last 4 forms of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-Slaying technique in this half a year, he had a feeling that he would be able to create it in the near future. In addition, he also repeatedly used the first 5 forms during this period, improving them to a more perfect state and cultivating them to an extremely skilled level. In fact, he could have created a move long ago if he really wanted to, but he did not want to rush things. He must create a move that was more terrifying than the previous 5 forms, an overbearing killing move that could fuse multiple attributes together. He must make sure that after he reached the Supreme Being level, he would have more powerful combat power. After passing through the quaking mountain range, Ling Xiao did not walk into the city. Instead, he directly flew to the top of the 9th heaven, opened up the space, and rapidly shuttled. He wanted to use his own strength to experience all kinds of powers, so that he could step into the ranks of the true Supreme Being as soon as possible. At the same time, he constantly felt the violent astral wind above the top of the 9th heaven, hoping that he could adapt to the horror of the void space in the outer domain as soon as possible. Ling Xiao headed all the way south, in the direction of the Heavenly Sparrow region. Ling Xiao did not return to the Heavenly Dragon region. He said that he would not go back until he reached the Supreme Being level. Moreover, he could not break through in the Tianyuan region for the time being, so it was better for him to travel around. Perhaps he could learn something from the process. The reason why he chose to go to the Heavenly Sparrow region was because he wanted to go to the barbarian race's territory to see if he could find Xian Yuyi. Dozens of years ago, when he was sucked into the chaotic burial space, Xian Yuyi went to the Heavenly Sparrow region to find his clansmen. After that, there was no news of him, so he could not help but worry. In addition, he had another destination, which was the Nirvana space, one of the 8 forbidden areas in the Heavenly Sparrow region. From many ancient books, he found that the primordial stone of fire had once appeared in the Nirvana space. He was going for the primordial stone. He had always been thinking about helping his ancestor escape from his predicament. After all, obtaining one more type of primordial stone meant that he was one step closer to laying the primordial Great Formation. Chapter 1397. Every single one of the 5 great regions of the heaven domain was incomparably vast. Even a divine king would need decades or even centuries to fly across a single region at full speed. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, set off from the medicine guild in the center of the heaven domain and traveled southward on foot. Along the way, he would occasionally stop in the ancient mountain ranges to spar with powerful holy beasts and refine his imperial dragon sky extermination art. This journey took him 5 whole years. He passed through several ancient mountain ranges, provoked more than 10 11th grade holy beasts, and experienced many life and death battles. Every time he would retreat pathetically. But every time he retreated, he would reap great rewards. Not only would he obtain a stalk or 2 of supreme divine grass, he would also gain more and more surprises when it came to creating new moves. In these 5 years, he had already created the 6th and 7th moves, Twin Dragon Wind Demon and Twin Lotus Flowers. Twin Dragon Wind Demon was created from the Crimson Gold Bird King's attribute counteracting attack. But this move was not just a combination of the 2 attributes of fire and metal. There was also an additional wind attribute. This was a finger technique. With 2 fingers, 1 fire and 1 gold, 2 true dragons intertwined with each other like a pair of dragons fighting over a pearl. In the end, the 2 merged into one, melting the golden liquid into a destructive force. With the help of the wind dragons, the speed of the attack was increased, reaching a terrifying power that could kill in a single strike. It could be said that the fusion of the fire and metal energies was the main attack force, while the wind attribute acted as a catalyst, increasing the impact of the attack. This was a destructive attack formed from the combination of 3 attributes. If this move was created from the law of counteracting, then the 7th move was created from the law of counteracting. Twin Lotus Flowers didn't sound very powerful, but this move was indeed not known for its offensive strength. Instead, it was a move that focused on defense and supplemented by offense. Ice could melt water, water could grow wood, and wood could grow fire. Using the Ice Lotus to defend himself, he blocked the opponent's powerful attacks. Once the Ice Lotus was broken by the opponent, it would immediately turn into a wave of water, changing from defense to offense. Vines would grow out to entangle the opponent, and the flames would burn along the vines. Danning unleashed wave after wave of attacks, creating a defensive and offensive effect. It was a strange move that no one could defend against. Don't underestimate this effect. When stacked layer by layer, the final transformation from defense to offense could reach the terrifying might of a triple explosion. No one could have imagined this. Even at the moment of his death, he did not understand what had happened. However, this name was truly like hiding a needle in one's sleeve. It made people think of it with contempt, but in reality, it had the miraculous effect of a sneak attack to kill. Ling Xiao had used both of these moves before. Its power could directly shake an 11th level holy beast and even cause them serious injuries. If it weren't for the fact that his true body was slightly weaker, these 2 moves would have completely blown them up. At this moment, Ling Xiao was confident that with the power of these 7 moves, if he dared to call himself the number 2 expert under the Great Masters, no one would dare to call themselves the number 1 under the Great Masters. 5 years had passed. Ling Xiao didn't use any space formation. After crossing several ancient mountain ranges, he finally arrived at the territory entrance to the Heavenly Sparrow area. After Ling Xiao had reached the half-incipient god realm, his identity as the Senjin of Goguryeo of the Heavenly Dragon area was gone. The token of the Senjin of Goguryeo had disappeared. Fortunately, he still had the Godly Alchemist's badge, so he could still use the territory entrance to the Heavenly Sparrow area for free. There weren't many super sects in the Heavenly Sparrow area, but there were many ancient clans. They were the Fire Clan, the Man Clan, the Goo Clan, the Beast People Clan, and the Witch Clan. The Fire Clan was the strongest ancient clan in the Heavenly Sparrow area. They mainly cultivated the fire element. The Fire Clan's forefather was an existence that was as famous as the 3 supreme god alchemists of the Medicine Union. He was also a supreme god alchemist. Not only were their clan excellent in alchemy, but they were also good at forging weapons. There was also a supreme god alchemist in their clan. Alchemy and forging weapons were the most popular professions. Since the Fire Clan had both professions, of course, their clan was very strong. In the Heavenly Sparrow area, they were the absolute overlord force. The Man Clan was a clan that had been passed down since the ancient times. They had the superior bloodline of the barbarian god. They had immense strength and were natural-born warriors. Although their clan had declined a lot, they weren't a clan that a small force could provoke. Moreover, they had a forefather who was a famous existence on the supreme list. It was enough to shock many forces. As for the Goo clan, they were the same as the Kim people. They were a clan that had migrated from the Xianling continent. Unlike the Goo clan in the southern wasteland of the Xianling continent, they weren't nearly wiped out. Instead, they lived in peace and prosperity. Although they didn't dominate a region like the Kim people, their strength was already comparable to a super force. They weren't a force that ordinary people would dare to provoke. Moreover, the Goo clan's poison was even more terrifying. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. As for the Beastmen clan, their ancestral land was actually in the Heavenly Sparrow area. The Beastmen in the Heavenly Dragon area and the other areas were all separated from the Beastmen clan. It was said that they had been wiped out a long time ago. However, later on, everyone found out that they had merely concealed their temperament and appeared as humans. It was impossible for ordinary people to distinguish them. The Beastmen clan that remained in the Heavenly Sparrow area still lived in the most vile areas of the evil mountains and swamps. They rarely came out to interact with the human race. However, those who provoked them usually didn't have a good ending. As for the Sorcerer clan, their origins were more mysterious. Some said that they were the most ancient clan, while others said that they were a new clan. Guesses had been around for a long time, but no one could find out the truth. Everyone knew of the existence of the Sorcerer clan, but no one knew where they lived. They knew how to observe the sky at night, know the geography of the land, perform divination, predict the future, and avoid calamities. They were omnipotent existences. The Sorcerer clan's members were extremely low-key. Very few people knew of their existence. The only well-known Sorcerer clan member in the Heavenly Sparrow area was Supreme Fui. Speaking of Supreme Fui, he was also a peerless figure from the ancient times to the present. Not only was he the #1 divine fortune teller in the heavenly domain, but he was also one of the top 10 Supremes on the sovereign list. His divine seal 8 trigrams palm could seal gods and demons with a single move, and he also possessed a personal divine artifact, the heaven sealing 8 trigrams palm. It possessed earth-shattering divine might, and he was also a top-notch divine rune master. If one wanted to find a divine rune master who could set up the origin formation, Supreme Fui was definitely one of them. However, Supreme Fui had always been elusive, and no one had seen him for tens of thousands of years. Over the years, countless people had tried to find Supreme Fui, but no one had ever heard of anyone succeeding. Other than the 5 ancient clans, there were also a few clans that had fallen into decline. Some of them might have already gone extinct, and some of them might not have regained their former glory. Other than the ancient clans, the strongest force in the Heavenly Sparrow area was the Thousand Beasts Alliance. The Thousand Beasts Alliance was an existence that could be compared to the Yen clan, and that was because they had the most number of spirit beasts in the entire Qianxing region. The person in charge of the Thousand Beasts Alliance was the most powerful beast tamer in the entire Qianxing region. Forces like the Thousand Beasts Alliance that had gathered a large number of beast tamers were all kept at a respectful distance. They were afraid that if they angered the Thousand Beasts Alliance, the Thousand Beasts Alliance would send an army of spirit beasts to destroy them. There was once a super force that wanted to suppress these beast tamers and force them to surrender. However, in the end, they were trampled to the ground by the Holy Beast army. That battle had shocked the entire heavenly domain and proved the terrifying existence of the Thousand Beasts Alliance. As Ling Xiao stepped into the Heavenly Sparrow area, a scorching aura that was hotter than the other areas hit him head-on. The Heavenly Dragon area was located in the east, and the weather was warm and refreshing. The Heavenly Tiger area was located in the west, and the weather was dry and refreshing. The Mysterious Sky area was located in the north, and the weather was extremely cold. As for the Heavenly Sparrow area, it was located in the south, and the weather was naturally extremely hot. It was the best place for fire attribute cultivators to cultivate. Therefore, although the number of alchemists in the Heavenly Sparrow area could not be compared to the Tianyuan area, it was still much more than the other areas. In addition, they also had the most number of weapon refiners. With the existence of these two professions, the Heavenly Sparrow area was also a place with more people moving around. In addition, the people in the Heavenly Sparrow area were more violent and violent. It was not uncommon to see people fighting over a disagreement. Therefore, anyone who walked in the Heavenly Sparrow area had to be very careful. They must not easily cause trouble, lest they attract a fatal disaster. In the past 5 years, Ling Xiao had not entered a human city to rest. As he had just arrived in the Heavenly Sparrow area, he wanted to properly experience the local customs and practices. He arrived at the city closest to the area gate and chose a high-class restaurant. The restaurant was bustling with noise, and there was an endless stream of diners coming and going. The business was booming. These cultivators who walked around all looked rough and tall, and they all had a chilling and murderous aura, giving off a feeling that strangers should not approach. They drank big bowls of strong liquor and talked loudly, causing the restaurant to be filled with noisy noises. Ling Xiao enjoyed the lively atmosphere, but he did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt that it was quite natural. Ling Xiao drank alone in a corner, but his mind was thinking about his next step. His first step was to go to the barbarian tribe and see whether Xian Yuyi had returned to the barbarian tribe. Then, he would go to the Nirvana space. With his strength, he wouldn't dare to say that he would come out unscathed. Half a year later, Ling Xiao left the restaurant, left the city, and headed in the direction of the barbarian race's territory. Ling Xiao's speed was at its maximum, and he directly shuttled through the sky. He did not want to use any spatial arrays to teleport. With his speed, he was not much slower than a spatial array. At the same time, he could also take the opportunity to cultivate faster and absorb more energy. However, in the process of rushing, he encountered some things that he had no choice but to interfere with. This was because he happened to see a barbarian being chased by someone. Chapter 1398. High up in the sky above a desolate mountain range, a young man covered in blood was engaged in a bloody battle with others. This young man was only at the peak of the mid-level saint stage, but the battle prowess he unleashed was comparable to that of a high-level saint. His defense was also quite strong, and ordinary people would not be able to match up to him. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to fight with 2 fists against 4 kicks, and he was still unable to withstand the attacks of 7 or 8 people. Ling Xiao also saw that the young man's battle prowess was brute force, which was why he stopped and wanted to help him. It just so happened that he did not know how to enter the barbarian's territory, and now that he had encountered this barbarian, the heavens were on his side. At this moment, the barbarian's defense had already been broken, and there were many injuries on his body. His reaction speed was extremely low, and one of the high-level saints shouted, "How dare you steal the holy herb that we found? Even if you're a barbarian, you must die." The other party's divine saber slashed down on the barbarian's face, and he was already powerless to dodge or counterattack. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. However, at this moment, he was suddenly sucked away by a force that descended from the sky. The saints who surrounded the barbarian were shocked, and immediately looked in the direction that the young barbarian had been sucked away. They saw another young man appear, and he was the one who had saved the barbarian. This young man looked to be in his 20s, and he was very handsome. He had a faint smile on his face that made people want to beat him up, and no matter how they looked at it, he was very attractive to men. "Who are you? How dare you interfere in our affairs? Are you tired of living?" One of the high-level saints who surrounded the young barbarian pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to talk to them, so he waved his hand and said, "I don't care what grudge you have with him. Let's forget about it and leave." "What? This kid stole our high-level holy herb, and he wants us to leave? No way. Everyone, let's kill him together." That high-level saint clearly could not accept Ling Xiao's mediation, and immediately flew into a rage. He was the first to slash at Ling Xiao. The barbarian youth didn't know why Ling Xiao was helping him, but no matter what, he couldn't let someone else be a knife for him. He shouted, "Get out of the way! I'll block him." However, before he could step forward to stop the attack, the saint who was charging at Ling Xiao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and could no longer be seen. Even the Class 8 spirit beast below him had disappeared. The saints who wanted to surround him and attack him hurriedly stopped their attacks, their faces turning extremely pale. They finally realized that the strength of this young man in front of them was beyond their expectations. Run! This was the only thought in their minds. They immediately took their spirit beasts and ran as fast as they could. They were afraid that they would be thrown away like their leader. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. After all, it was just an ordinary fight, and it was not worth it for him to deal with them. If he hadn't seen that this was a barbarian, he would have pretended that he didn't see anything and directly walked past. Why would he be a busybody? The barbarian youth immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his opponent had escaped. At the same time, he took out a pill and swallowed it. Then, he cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and thanked him. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." When facing someone who was more powerful than them, regardless of age, they would usually address him as sir to show their respect. "It's nothing." Ling Xiao waved his hand disapprovingly. Then he asked, "You're a barbarian, right?" The barbarian youth was quite honest. He nodded and said, "That's right. I'm Xinyu Xingzi." Xinyu Xingzi was nearly 200 years old and had the strength of a mid-level saint. This Tenbin wasn't very outstanding and could only be considered to be above average. He was robbed and killed here because he had accidentally obtained a high-grade 8th-grade spirit herb during his training, which attracted the murderous intent of being robbed. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's appearance, it would have been difficult for him to survive based on his strength. "Xinyu Xingzi, can you take me to your barbarian tribe? I have a friend who belongs to your barbarian tribe. I want to meet him and also pay a visit to your patriarch." Ling Xiao went straight to the point. I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate." Xinyu Xingzi revealed an awkward expression. "Is there any difficulty? You can tell me directly," Ling Xiao asked. Xinyu Xingzi knew that Ling Xiao was strong, but he didn't know Ling Xiao's background. Naturally, he wouldn't rashly agree to Ling Xiao's request. Moreover, although he was from the barbarian tribe, his strength was low and he didn't have any say in the tribe. The main thing is that Xingzi's position in the tribe is low, so I can't help surpass on a message. Xinyu Xingzi was also very sincere. After a pause, he asked again, "May I know where Sir is from, and which lord of our tribe do you know?" "I'm from the Sky Dragon territory, a member of the Dragon Gate. My surname is Ling Xiao, and the barbarian friend I know is called Xinyu Yi. He should have returned to your tribe 40 to 50 years ago." Ling Xiao said, "You're saying that your friend is Uncle Xinyu Yi?" Xinyu Xingzi asked with a little surprise. From his tone, Ling Xiao could tell that Xinyu Yi had already returned to the barbarian tribe. "Yes, he and I can be considered sworn brothers. This time, I came to reminisce with him," Ling Xiao replied. Xinyu Xingzi already believed most of Ling Xiao's words, because he knew that Xinyu Yi was his uncle who had returned from the Sky Dragon territory tens of years ago. He had been fortunate enough to meet him a few times. "So you and Uncle Yi are brothers?" Xingzi has been impolite. Xinyu Xingzi then said, "Since you're Uncle Ye's friend, then no matter what, I will find a way to let you meet him, but I'm afraid it won't be possible in the near future." "Why do you say that?" Ling Xiao asked with a little confusion. The tribe is holding a warrior competition in the near future, and Uncle Yi has already signed up to participate. I'm afraid you'll only be able to meet him after the warrior competition, but Uncle Ye's strength isn't strong enough. It's too risky for him to participate in the warrior competition, and I'm afraid something will happen, Shenyu Xingzi said with a serious expression. How could Ling Xiao not hear the hidden meaning in Shenyu Xingzi's words? He immediately said, "Let's go down first. Tell me in detail." Back then, before Shenyu Yi left the Sky Dragon territory, he had already broken through to the low-level Divine King realm. Later, Ling Xiao gave him a Divine King pill and took the opportunity to become a mid-level Divine King. With his strength, he believed that no matter where he went, he would receive the respect he deserved, and he would also have enough ability to protect himself. Now that he had returned to the barbarian race, he should be valued, but from Shenyu Xingzi's words, why did it sound like something big had happened? The two arrived at the bottom of the barbarian mountain, and Ling Xiao took out a great sage pill to speed up Shenyu Xingzi's recovery. After Shenyu Xingzi thanked Ling Xiao, he immediately adjusted his breathing, recovering first before he could properly narrate to Ling Xiao. Half a day later, Shenyu Xingzi had recovered 70% and told him about the warrior competition held by the barbarian race, as well as some things about Shenyu Yi. After listening to Shenyu Xingzi's words, Ling Xiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the barbarian race also had the common problem of many large forces or aristocratic families, and there were signs of internal strife. And the faction that Shenyu Yi returned to was the faction that was being suppressed, and the situation was getting worse and worse. That warrior competition was a kind of competition that the barbarian race often held, and it was divided into different levels of competition, and this time's warrior competition was a competition between divine kings. The divine kings in the faction that Shenyu Yi and Shenyu Xingzi belonged to were generally much weaker, and if Shenyu Yi participated in this warrior competition, he would definitely be attacked by the powerful divine kings of the other faction. Therefore, Shenyu Xingzi couldn't help but worry about the safety of Shenyu Yi and their clan uncles. After all, once they entered the arena, they would be lightly injured, and in serious cases they would die. This was a very normal thing. In addition, after Shenyu Yi returned to the clan, he had a conflict with some people from the other faction, so Shenyu Xingzi felt that the other side definitely wouldn't let Shenyu Yi go. Ling Xiao let out a small sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation wasn't too bad. "When will your warrior competition begin?" Ling Xiao asked. "Soon it will begin in half a month. At that time it will be held in our clan's territory. Insignificant disciples like us don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle," Shenyu Xingzi said somewhat mournfully. "There's still half a month. It should be enough to rush back to your clan's territory, right?" Ling Xiao asked. Shenyu Xingzi shook his head and said, "Even if I use the spatial formation, I won't be able to make it back in a month. Tell me how to get to your clan's territory. I'll take you back," Ling Xiao said in a low voice. He had to see Shenyu Yi first. Even if he couldn't stop him from participating in the battle, he had to at least give him something to rely on to ensure that he wouldn't die in battle. "Our clan's territory is in the Savage Mountain Range in the Savage Land. It's still very far from here. I'm afraid that even the Divine King won't be able to make it back in half a month," Shenyu Xingzi said. "Just tell me which direction it is." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him, and asked solemnly once again. Shenyu Xingzi was stunned by Ling Xiao's sharp gaze. He hurriedly pointed in a direction, and then said, "We can use the space." Before he could finish speaking, he felt as if his body was soaring through the clouds. The speed was so fast that he almost couldn't open his eyes, and the strong winds that blew against his body made him feel pain. After a while, he felt as if there was something in front of him that blocked the strong winds for him, and only then was he able to open his eyes. Only then did he discover that he had already been pulled into the sky by Ling Xiao, and there was a force in front of him that blocked the strong winds, not affecting him in the slightest. However, he could feel that he was shuttling through space at an extremely terrifying speed, and even he couldn't tell where he was. Shenyu Xingzi finally realized that the strength of his uncle Shenyu Ye's sworn brother had probably already reached the pinnacle. Uncle Yi has the strength of a divine king, and this Lord Ling Xiao is clearly not lower than a divine king. But why do I feel that his speed is much faster than a divine king? Xianyu Xingzi thought to himself. Chapter 1399. The Savage Desolate Ridge was an ancient mountain range that had been passed down since the Desolate era. The majestic mountain range here had a more desolate aura than an ordinary ancient mountain range. The spirit beasts that lived here were much more ferocious than those in other places. In addition, it was rumored that there were descendants of wild beasts living here. They were comparable to the top existences of divine beasts, and their combat strength was extraordinary. This was the ancestral land of the barbarians. They had lived here for generations, and their barbarian blood was also the bloodline of the barbarian god. It had the magical effect of enhancing brute force and defense. Since ancient times, the barbarians had always given outsiders the impression that they were a very united race. Once they encountered any danger, they would not abandon their clansmen and run away cowardly. Instead, they would fight side by side with their clansmen until the end. The purpose of their race was to worship force and respect powerful warriors. Every once in a while, they would hold a warrior assembly, and they would compete based on age and strength. With the change of time, the barbarians had been divided into several tribes, and each tribe had a chieftain. They managed the order of the tribe, and at the same time, they were all loyal to their highest leader, the chieftain. However, the conflicts of interest between the various factions were getting more and more serious, and the differences between them were also getting bigger and bigger. The original competition to display the spirit of the barbarian tribe had become a competition to eliminate the dissidents and attack the other tribes. Xianyu Yi came to the Tianke domain from the Tianlong domain a few decades ago. He wanted to return to the tribe and obtain the approval of his clansmen, then bring them back to live in the Tian domain. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the tribe, he was involved in the tribe's internal strife and was unable to carry out his plan. Later, because of a woman, he got into a lot of trouble and was targeted by the most overbearing tribe. The other party was prepared to teach him a lesson in this godly king-warrior assembly. In fact, Xianyu Yi knew that the other party would not let him go this time, and might even kill him on the spot. However, no matter what, he had to fight this battle. Whether it was for the tribe's glory, or for that woman, he had to fight. Today was the day the godly king-warrior assembly of the barbarian tribe began. In the barbarian tribe, in a large field, people from various tribes had already gathered here. Every god king could sign up to take part in the challenge. The strongest warrior of each rank would be bestowed the title of warrior by the patriarch of the clan, and they would also be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, this warrior assembly was an opportunity for the girls of each tribe to choose their husbands. After all, the girls of the barbarian tribe liked strong warriors the most. The square was divided into 5 gathering places, and each place was occupied by the barbarians of each tribe. Looking at the flags they hung before, it was easy to tell which tribes they belonged to. The Tuoba tribe, the Li tribe, the Ko tribe, the Wu tribe, and the Xianyu tribe. Among them, the Tuoba tribe was a hereditary royal family. Their strength had always been the strongest, followed by the Li tribe, and the weakest was the Xianyu tribe. Among them, Xianyu Yi was one of the weakest and had the least number of people. At this moment, the chief of Xianyu Ye's tribe, Xianyu Shisu, was talking to him. "Little Yi, you shouldn't force yourself for this battle. You're not Li Dou's opponent. Moreover, he's always ruthless. He's been given the title of the strongest warrior for a long time. However, this time he wants to provoke you to participate in this assembly. He doesn't have good intentions." Xianyu Shisu was at the half-incipient god realm, but his personality was a little weak. It was also one of the reasons why the Xianyu tribe had the least benefits. He hadn't seen Xianyu Yi for decades, but his appearance hadn't changed much. Only the clothes he was wearing had changed a little, revealing his tower-like muscles. His veins were bulging, making him look like a ferocious snake. His aura had reached a higher level compared to dozens of years ago. He had reached the middle level of the God-King realm. With this level of competence and the activated bloodline, he had the competence to fight higher realms. Moreover, after Shen Yuyi had returned to his tribe, he had received some secret techniques that made his bloodline even thicker. His strength had been enhanced. Ordinary high-level God King realm warriors couldn't even dream about fighting him. At this level, he was a very strong existence. However, in the man tribe, he wasn't invincible. They all had activated their bloodline, but the degree was different. Many of the monstrous man tribe's bloodline power was much stronger than Shen Yuyi's. In this warrior assembly, there were 2 or 3 mid-level God Kings who weren't weaker than Shen Yuyi. Moreover, one of them was at the peak of mid-level God King realm. This person's bloodline power was the best among the warriors at the same realm. This person was one of the monstrous Li tribe's Li Do. He was also Shen Yuyi's opponent. There was no other reason. On his way back to the man tribe, Shen Yuyi had coincidentally helped Princess Tuoba, who was training outside. She was the daughter of the man tribe's chief, Tuoba Lizhen. That was why the two of them had a spark. However, Princess Tuoba had already been regarded as Li Do's fiancée. How could he allow things to change? Moreover, Princess Tuoba was the man tribe's princess. Marrying her was equivalent to marrying a horse. Naturally, his prestige in the tribe would be greatly increased. Their Li tribe was second only to the Tuoba tribe. As long as they had a marriage alliance with the Tuoba tribe and gained their support, their prestige in the tribe would be even higher. This was also the reason why the Li tribe was determined to marry Princess Tuoba. However, after Princess Tuoba fell in love with Shen Yuyi, she convinced the chief to let her be with Shen Yuyi. The other people in the Tuoba tribe were opposed to it at first. However, after the chief agreed with Princess Tuoba, no one dared to oppose it anymore. After all, the chief's prestige was the highest. Who dared to oppose them? The Li tribe was furious. However, they didn't dare to challenge the chief's authority. Therefore, they could only seek another solution. Therefore, Li Do announced that he would compete with Shen Yuyi in this warrior assembly to see who was the strongest warrior in the same realm. In fact, Li Do wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Shen Yuyi. At that time, wouldn't Princess Tuoba still belong to him? One had to admit that Li Do's scheme was very effective. Shen Yuyi had no choice but to participate in this warrior assembly. Shen Yuyi replied in a deep voice, "This battle is very important. Even if I die, I can't weaken the prestige of our Shen Yu tribe. I can't let down the princess' affection towards me." Shen Yuyi's words were resolute. There was no room for negotiation. Shen Yu Shisu sighed. If you had returned to the tribe earlier, our Shen Yu tribe wouldn't have fallen into this situation. No matter what, try to save your own life. Shen Yuyi nodded and looked in another direction. There sat a person who was much younger than him. That person was also looking in Shen Yuyi's direction. There was a strong provocation in his eyes. This person was Li Do of the Li tribe. He was a monster among the young generation of divine kings. He wasn't even 1,000 years old, but he had the strength of a peak intermediate level divine king. His bloodline power was even stronger than Shen Yuyi's. In this battle, Shen Yuyi was in a very disadvantageous position. In the arena, the low-level divine kings of the barbarian tribe were fighting non-stop. Their power was constantly surging in the air. If it wasn't for the protection of the defensive formation, this area would have been flattened long ago. Waves of cheers rose and fell. The men were full of fighting spirit, and the women were screaming non-stop. It was said that the barbarian tribe was fierce and loved to fight. They respected the spirit of warriors. The current lively scene was the best embodiment of this. As the results of the battles were determined, the strongest low-level divine king warrior was won by the Tuoba tribe's divine king. The Tuoba tribe was worthy of being the Wang tribe. They had always occupied the dominant position of the barbarian tribe. After the low-level divine king warriors were decided, it was time for the middle-level divine king warriors to fight. There were only a dozen or so middle-level divine king warriors. The one who could fight until the end and win would be the strongest warrior. Because Li Do already had the title of the strongest warrior, he didn't need to be the first to fight. Instead, he would fight at the end to decide who was the strongest warrior. Therefore, Shen Yuyi had to fight before Li Do. He had to win consecutively and stay until the end. Shen Yi represented the Shen Yu tribe. In the eyes of other tribes, they were the weakest existence, not worth mentioning. But as soon as Shen Yi went on stage, he immediately defeated 3 people in a row. This immediately attracted the attention of other tribes. Li Dou narrowed his eyes and looked at Shen Yi. His expression was filled with thick killing intent. He murmured, "Go on. You will die a more glorious death later. You dare to snatch my woman? You're overestimating yourself. Warrior of the Shen Yu tribe, I, Tuoba, will fight you." A middle-aged man who was almost as strong as Shen Yi rushed into the arena and shouted. Tuoba's strength had advanced to the late stage of middle-level divine king. His bloodline power wasn't weaker than Shen Yu's. He punched with all his strength, and a mountain-like fist shadow blasted towards Shen Yi. Brute force was the embodiment of the barbarian's bloodline power. The power of each punch was like millions of caddies. It definitely had extremely powerful destructive power in the same realm. Shen Yi was clearly calmer than before. Facing the incoming attack, he was still not afraid. He also punched back at Tuoba. Bang bang! The powerful fist energy was like a collision between mountains, sputtering out countless rocks and stirring up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yi and Tuoba had already fought hundreds of rounds on the arena. The two seemed to be evenly matched. Neither had the upper hand. According to the surface strength, Tuoba was a bit stronger than Shen Yi. However, Shen Yi could fight Tuoba to a draw. This already made the people of the Shen Yu tribe very excited. How many years had it been since a warrior appeared in their Shen Yu tribe? If Shen Yi could win the title of the strongest warrior, it would definitely be a very encouraging thing for their Shen Yu tribe. Chapter 1400. I've long heard that the Shen Yu tribe has produced a decent warrior, and now that I've seen you today, you're indeed extraordinary. However, you're still not my opponent. Lose! Tuoba roared in shock and used his most powerful attack. He clasped his palms together, forming a fist, and smashed it towards Shen Yi. A powerful phantom of a barbarian king suddenly appeared, and a boundless savage aura filled the air. A huge mountain as large as the sky seemed to smash down from the sky. Mountain as large as the sky. For the first time, Shen Yi felt immense pressure. If he couldn't withstand this move, he would definitely be turned into minced meat. If it was me in the past, I definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it, but I've already comprehended a bit of the fist intent that boss taught me. So what's there to fear about this move? Shen Yi thought to himself, and then with a loud roar, he punched out with both fists. The majestic fist energy carried with it a torrential fist intent, and the terrifying power reached the attack power of a high-level god king. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky-high mountain was directly smashed into pieces by Shen Yu's fist energy, and countless rocks flew everywhere, raising a cloud of dust. Pooh! Tuoba was punched several times by Shen Yi, and his defense was directly broken. His body flew far away like a broken kite, and blood splattered everywhere. Tuoba lost. Shen Yi won again. The people of the various tribes were in an uproar. They all knew Tuoba's strength, but they didn't expect that he would still lose to Shen Yi. This warrior of the Shen Yu tribe is so powerful. He actually defeated Tuoba of the Tuoba tribe. I heard that he came from the land of exile? Yeah, he's only returned a few decades ago, and he's already stimulated the power of his bloodline to such an extent. It seems like the Shen Yu tribe is going to produce the strongest warrior. Hee, that's hard to say. Warrior Li Dou has already set him as a rival in love. Even if he wins in the end, I'm afraid he won't be able to pass Warrior Li Dou's test. That's true. I heard that Princess Tuoba has taken a fancy to this Shen Yi. Could it be that the Shen Yu tribe is trying to preserve their tribe's name? No matter what, this warrior from the Shen Yu tribe is performing well. I hope he can win a few more rounds. After Shen Yi defeated Tuoba, he continued to fight a few more times. 2 of them were somewhat difficult, but he defeated his opponents with his fist intent. Because of this, people could tell that he had already comprehended the fist intent realm. At this moment, he entered the eyes of all the settlement chiefs. In the future, if Shen Yi could comprehend a deeper level of the essence of fist intent, he believed that their barbarian race would have another monstrous existence, and the Shen tribe would also rise because of him. On the other hand, Li Dou was getting colder and colder as he watched. Although he didn't think that Shen Yu's superficial understanding of fist intent could win him, it was enough for him to take him seriously. No wonder you caught Princess Tuoba's eye. Seems like you have some ability. However, you are destined to die at my hands, Li Dou thought to himself. Then, it was time for the final battle between him and Shen Yi. At this time, the old referee faintly said, "You are both the strongest warriors of the two tribes. This battle can only be decided by victory and defeat, not by life and death, understand?" If Shen Yu's strength was ordinary, he wouldn't be worthy of saying this. However, the potential that Shen Yi displayed was indeed a representative existence that could show the barbarian race another kind of powerful battle strength. He had to stop Li Dou from killing Shen Yi. After all, the matter between the two of them had already caused a commotion in the tribe. As a referee, he had also heard about it long ago. "Yes, elder," Shen Yi replied respectfully. Li Dou, on the other hand, revealed a trace of dissatisfaction as he said, "Fists and legs have no eyes. We have to go all out to determine the victor. If we show mercy, the title of the strongest warrior will be lost." "I don't agree with the elder's request." The referee frowned and said, "You have a point, but whoever admits defeat in advance must not kill again. Otherwise, they will be punished according to the tribe rules." Li Dou's words were reasonable, so he couldn't say anything more. He could only remind Shen Yi to admit defeat if he couldn't win. At that time, Li Dou couldn't kill him again. "Of course, if he admits defeat now, I won't touch him at all." Li Dou looked at Shen Yi with disdain. After a pause, he continued, "However, he must stay away from Princess Tuoba as far as he can. A weakling like you is not worthy of her. Don't even think about trying to curry favor with a dragon or phoenix. You don't have the qualifications." Li Dou's words were not polite at all, and he said it in front of so many people. It was nothing more than to anger Shen Yi and make him fight to the death. At that time, if he accidentally killed Shen Yi, no one would dare to say anything. Shen Yi knew that it was a provocation, but he could only reply, "Whether I have the qualifications or not, it's not up to you to say. In today's battle, I will defeat you fair and square. Hehe. Then come at me, you lowly commoner from the land of exile," Li Dou said with an extremely insulting expression. These words undoubtedly angered Shen Yi. What he cared about the most was his status in the land of exile, and he had been working hard to bring all his clansmen to live in the heaven region. Now that Li Dou mentioned it in front of him, it was simply intolerable. "You will pay for your words," Shen Yi shouted in shock, and took the initiative to attack Li Dou. He immediately used his full strength from the start. The fist intent that he had just comprehended, along with the brute force that he stimulated. Every punch carried a divine might that could destroy heaven and earth, enough to challenge any high-level divine king. Li Dou had long observed Shen Yu's battle, and he knew that Shen Yi was unique. He angered Shen Yi, but it didn't mean that he looked down on Shen Yi. "I will show you what is the orthodox barbarian god power," Li Dou said faintly, and his aura burst out. The power of a peak mid-level divine king was overwhelming, and a phantom of a barbarian god power appeared behind him, looking incomparably real and tall. He also threw out a punch, directly colliding head-on with Shen Yu's. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The intertwining of power, the collapse of mountains, the distortion of space, all caused the surrounding people to cry out in shock. With one move, Shen Yi was directly forced back, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger was shaken to the point of bleeding. Who was stronger and who was weaker, there was immediately a preliminary conclusion. Lowly commoner, Princess Tuoba is not someone you can match up to. Immediately admit defeat. Give up Princess Tuoba, and I can spare you this once." Li Dou was not in a hurry to defeat Shen Yuyi. He hoped to win without a fight. Shen Yuyi didn't answer, and directly used his actions to prove his meaning. Countless fist energies and fist shadows rushed out like mountains, filling the entire martial arts arena with explosive power. At the same time, a 10,000 times gravitational field suddenly appeared, pressing down on Li Dou's body a little, causing him to lose his balance. Li Dou's expression changed. He didn't expect that not only did Shen Yuyi understand the realm of fist intent, but he could also release a gravitational field. It was already impossible for him to dodge, so he immediately strengthened the defense of his whole body, blocking Shen Yuyi's attack first. Bang bang! Li Dou was repeatedly pushed back by Shen Yuyi's attacks, and the layers of earth walls around his body were punched out one after another, causing his body to be in extreme pain. "Damn lowly commoner, you've angered me. I'll make you wish you were dead." Blood flowed out from the corner of Li Dou's mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a hidden loss, and this made him extremely angry. The shadow behind him surged again, and its strength increased again, forcibly breaking free from Shen Yuyi's gravitational field, and instantly counterattacking Shen Yuyi. Heavy punches appeared one after another, the power of which was even stronger than Shen Yuyi's fist energy. Bang bang! A series of muffled sounds rang out incessantly, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable as if their hearts were being pounded. In the blink of an eye, the two had already fought fiercely in the arena for a few hundred rounds, and for the time being, there was no winner or loser. The surrounding barbarians were in an uproar. I didn't expect the warrior of Shenyu tribe to be so powerful, to actually be able to fight against the strongest warrior. Not to mention that his strength is slightly weaker than the strongest warrior, but he has the technique of the realm to rely on, so powerful. Yeah, it seems that aside from the power of his bloodline, his comprehension is a bit stronger than the other boys of our tribe. He's a promising talent, and his future achievements will not be low. No wonder he could enter Princess Tuoba's eyes. Even so, he will still lose to Warrior Li Dou in this battle. And Warrior Li Dou's divine power is still a level higher. There is only one strongest warrior. It's a pity that the warrior of Shenyu tribe is going to lose. After a round of attacks, Shenyu Ye's defense was broken, and there were many fist shadows on his body. Blood flowed out wildly, and his divine power dropped sharply. The situation was not optimistic. Li Dou didn't look as bad on the surface, but he still suffered some injuries. Shen Yuyi had caused him a lot of trouble. He didn't expect Shen Yuyi to be able to use the gravitational field in addition to the realm of fist intent. If it weren't for the fact that the gravitational field didn't have much effect on barbarians like them, who competed in strength, he was afraid that the one who would lose today would definitely be him. Shen Yuyi carried an unyielding fighting spirit and stimulated all of his potential. But in the face of absolute strength, it was still futile. Li Dou once again used his ultimate move, and Shen Yuyi barely managed to block it, but his whole body was blasted away. The bones in front of his chest caved in, and blood spurted out wildly. Seeing this scene, the people of Shenyu tribe began to panic. That Shenyu Shisu even wanted to surrender for Shen Yuyi. However, although he was the chief of a tribe, he couldn't interfere with the fairness of the competition. Li Dou was ruthless, and he actually rushed in front of Shen Yuyi and stepped on Shen Yuyi's mouth, making it difficult for Shen Yuyi to open his mouth to surrender. The elder judge at the side frowned in dissatisfaction and wanted to stop him, but Shen Yuyi actually fought back. He punched towards Li Dou's thigh, wanting to break it. Unfortunately, Li Dou didn't give him the chance. He stomped down heavily, and Shen Yuyi's face almost caved in. "You dare to steal my woman? I'll kill you today," Li Dou said fiercely. Just when he was about to kill Shen Yuyi, a few shocked shouts sounded, "Stop!" Chapter 1401. These cries came from 3 different directions. One of them came from the referee elder, another from the Shenyu tribe's chief, and the third from someone outside the crowd. Li Dou seemed to disregard everything to stop these cries. He was determined to kill Shen Yuyi. However, before he could completely kill Xian Yuyi, he felt a heavy blow to his chest. His body was immediately sent flying, and he finally smashed into the formation's light screen, causing it to tremble continuously. Li Dou felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was on the verge of death. He could die at any moment. In the face of this sudden and shocking change, everyone was stunned. There was a formation's defensive light screen in the arena, so the people outside could not hurt the people inside the arena. However, the person who had attacked was not the referee elder, who was standing at the side of the arena. Everyone was shocked. They had originally thought that the Shenyu tribe's chief, Shenyu Shisu, had attacked, but they realized that he had not. In the end, they concluded that the person who had attacked was the person who had just flown over from the sky. However, this defensive formation could not only prevent all attacks below the level of a supreme being from leaking out, but it could also prevent external forces from entering. Unless the intruder's strength surpassed that of a divine king and reached the level of a supreme being, he would not be able to attack the people inside the formation from the outside. When they thought of this, all the barbarians wondered if a supreme being had descended. Their gazes fell on the people who had rushed over, and they discovered that they were a middle-aged man and two young men. The middle-aged man and one of the young men should be from the Shenyu tribe, which could be distinguished from their attire. The other person should be an outsider, not a member of the barbarians. Among the three of them, apart from the outsider, one of the two from the Shenyu tribe was a mid-level divine king, while the other was only a saint. It was obvious that they did not have the ability to fuse with the formation to injure people. Finally, there was only the outsider left, and it seemed that the cry of surprise had come from him. The Li tribe's chief, Li Yuma, suddenly stood up and shouted, "Who dares to disrupt my tribe's warrior assembly? You deserve to die." Li Yuma rushed forward and removed the defensive array formation. He immediately rushed to Li Dou's side and fed him a divine elixir to preserve his life. At this time, the outsider among the three people who suddenly appeared also instantly flew onto the stage, arriving next to Shen Yuyi. Just as this person was about to feed Xian Yuyi a divine pill, the judge suddenly shouted, "Where did you come from? How dare you act so presumptuously here?" This elder referee was at half-incipient god realm. He didn't know who the intruder was, but he knew that he wasn't a member of the man tribe, who knew what he wanted to do. Therefore, he attacked that person and wanted to take him down first. However, that person merely frowned and flew high into the air with Xian Yuyi in his arms, causing the referee elder's attack to miss. That person also took the opportunity to feed Xian Yuyi a divine pill in the air. "Old Yi, I will take revenge for you." The one who had saved Xian Yuyi was Ling Xiao, who had come with Shenyu Xingzi at top speed. Shenyu Xingzi was a member of the Shenyu tribe. With his competence, he wasn't qualified to bring Ling Xiao to the warrior assembly hall to watch the battle. However, Ling Xiao had shown his identity as a member of the Kim people, which had moved one of Shenyu Xingzi's king god tribe uncles. That was why he had arrived on time. It was lucky that he had arrived a little earlier. Otherwise, Xian Yuye's head would have been crushed. Looking at Xian Yuye's wounded appearance, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with a blazing flame. No matter what, Xian Yuyi was his brother. He had been hurt badly and almost killed. He didn't care who the other was. He had to make him pay a big price. Just now, he had been able to attack through the defensive formation. He had directly used his soul power to attack. However, he hadn't attacked Li Dou's knowledge sea and divine soul. Instead, he had injured Li Dou's physical body. At that time, he hadn't used his full strength. He had only wanted to save Xian Yuyi first. After all, this was the other party's territory. If he had killed someone, he would have gotten into big trouble. However, looking at Xian Yuye's miserable state, he felt that he should have killed that person in a second. After consuming the divine elixir and the heavenly spring, Xian Yuye's condition had improved a lot. When he opened his eyes and saw Ling Xiao, he felt like he was seeing things. "You don't need to say anything. I'm here," Ling Xiao said to Xian Yuyi. Then he slowly descended with his people. At this moment, the barbarians didn't attack Ling Xiao. They all wanted to know who this person was. Moreover, they also realized that this young man's strength was extraordinary. He was actually able to dodge the referee elder's attack. This was already proof of his strength. At this moment, the chief of the Shenyu tribe, Shenyu Shisu, had already rushed over and asked, "Friend, please put Xiao Yi down." Ling Xiao could tell from Shenyu Shisu's clothes that he was from the same tribe as Xian Yu Yi. He immediately nodded and put Xian Yu Yi down for the time being. At this moment, the referee elder asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? How dare you disrupt the warrior assembly of our tribe?" "Elder Rongli, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? No matter if he's from our tribe or an outsider, whoever dares to disrupt the warrior assembly must die." The chief of the Li tribe, Li Yuma, handed Li Do over to the people of his tribe. After he shouted coldly, he walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. His aura had already locked onto Ling Xiao. He had already seen the strength of this young man in front of him. He didn't dare to attack immediately. However, this was their tribe's territory. Even if a supreme being came, it would be impossible for them to escape. Yes, no matter who he is, he must die. The chief of the Ko tribe, Ko Lien, who had a good relationship with the Li tribe, also spoke up. He walked onto the arena and formed a pincer attack with Li Yuma against Ling Xiao. At this moment, Shenyu Shisu had no choice but to speak up. "This friend is not from our tribe, so he can be considered ignorant. Our Shenyu tribe will bear the consequences of his actions." "Humph, what does your Shenyu tribe have to bear the consequences? Li Do is the best warrior. He was ambushed and seriously injured by someone else. This is a blasphemy against our tribe. This person must die. Since he helped your Shenyu tribe, your punishment is unavoidable." Li Yuma glared at Shenyu Shisu and shouted coldly, "That's right. I also agree with Chief Li's words. Isn't that right, everyone?" Ko Lien responded and even tried to incite the other tribesmen. "That's right. He actually dared to disrupt the warrior assembly in public. He deserves to die. We must execute him and strip the Shenyu tribe of their qualifications as warriors. They won't be able to participate in the warrior assembly for the next 10,000 years. This is a rule left behind by our ancestors. How can we allow others to trample on it? Kill him as a warning to others. Yes, we absolutely can't let him leave. The people of the Shenyu tribe must also be severely punished." The people of the Li tribe and the Ko tribe angrily responded to Ko Lien's words. The people of the Shenyu tribe all turned pale. They were extremely worried. Only Ling Xiao, who was standing on the arena, remained fearless. He looked around at the barbarians and laughed wildly. "Ha!" Ling Xiao's voice carried traces of the might of a dragon. It shook everyone's eardrums, and his aura completely dispersed the auras that had locked onto him. "I've long heard that the barbarians are brave and unparalleled. They're united and friendly. They treat their guests warmly and generously. But now it seems that all this is just a facade. You're just a bunch of selfish villains." Ling Xiao's face was full of disdain as he ridiculed. His words had stirred up thousands of waves. All the barbarians were enraged. They pointed at Ling Xiao and scolded him. Some impulsive barbarians even wanted to storm forward and capture Ling Xiao. "You've got guts. Since when did you have the right to judge our barbarian tribe?" Li Yuma scolded. Ko Lien also shouted angrily, "You ignorant kid, saying that will only speed up your death." At this moment, several people walked out of the arena. All of them had half-incipient God realm power. Apparently, they wanted to attack Ling Xiao. Shenyu Shisu was so nervous, but he didn't know what to say. If this is how the barbarian tribe treats its guests, I, Ling Xiao, will definitely accompany you to the end. I want to see how strong the barbarian tribe is. Or is the dragon chi of our Kim people more powerful? Ling Xiao said gloomily. His dragon chi soared instantly. Roar! A 10,000-meter golden dragon soared into the sky. The dragon roared for millions of miles. Golden light sparkled everywhere. It made people want to kneel and worship it. "He's the Kim people's man." Everybody screamed in surprise. The Kim people and the barbarian tribe were both ancient clans. However, the Kim people were more famous in the Heaven territory than the barbarian tribe. Turns out he's a friend of the Kim people. We should discuss this properly. We don't want to damage the friendship between our two tribes. A rough voice arose. Right after that, 3 people walked towards Ling Xiao. Among these 3, the middle-aged man had the strongest aura. Although he had restrained his aura, Ling Xiao could see that his competence wasn't less than Jiang Tu, who he had fought in the Heaven Source territory. He was a real half-incipient God Realm expert, just 1 step away from the Great Master Realm. The other 2 on his left and right were also at the half-incipient God Realm. Ordinary half-incipient God Realm experts couldn't compare to them. These 3 people were the chief of the Tuoba tribe, who was also the chief of the barbarian tribe, Tuoba Liqing. The one on his left was Wu Guai, the chief of the Wu tribe. The one on his right was his protector elder Tuoba Huaying. Tuoba Liqing didn't say that because he was weak. He was touched by Ling Xiao's mocking words. The barbarian tribe used to be a united, friendly, and hospitable race. However, as time went by, they had changed a lot. On the surface, the Tuoba tribe was still the royal tribe of the barbarian tribe. However, the Li tribe and the Ko tribe had formed an alliance to suppress the other tribes. The Xinyu tribe was the one that the 2 tribes were suppressing. That was why the Xinyu tribe couldn't rise again after so many years. Chapter 1402. The strength of the Xinyu tribe was once just below that of the Tuoba tribe. It was only because one of the Xinyu tribe's ancestors and several supremes had suddenly perished in the outer realm that their strength had declined greatly. The Xinyu tribe had always been a neutral force among the many tribes and did not participate in any internal strife. However, it was also because of this that the Xinyu tribe had refused to rope in the Li tribe after the Li tribe had become stronger. Hence, he had offended the Li tribe and encountered many obstacles from the Li tribe in secret. As a result, the benefits that the Xinyu tribe had obtained became smaller and smaller. That was why the Xinyu tribe was so much weaker than the other tribes. Now, the Tuoba tribe was still the traditional royal family, but only the Wuxia tribe was loyal to them. The Li tribe and the Ko tribe had already paid lip service to them. It was also a good thing that the Xinyu tribe wanted to be close to the Tuoba tribe. Unfortunately, the Xinyu tribe's strength was not as strong as before. This really made Tuoba Liqing, the tribe leader, very depressed. Later, his daughter, Tuoba Lizhen, made the decision on his behalf. She chose a warrior from the Xinyu tribe and prepared to rope in the Xinyu tribe. They could not let the Li tribe and the Ko tribe continue to suppress them. The newly returned warrior from the Xinyu tribe, Tenbin, was indeed good. There was hope that he could restore the prestige of the Xinyu tribe. The Li tribe wanted to marry his daughter, so they definitely wanted to continue to strengthen their power. After thinking about it again and again, Tuoba Liqing agreed to his daughter's decision. In the beginning, Tuoba Liqing was not optimistic that Xinyu Yi could defeat Li Do. However, no matter what the result was, he had an excuse to reject the Li tribe's marriage alliance. He could also rope in the Xinyu tribe to return to his side. This was his real goal. Unexpectedly, although the situation was similar to what he had imagined, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Suddenly, outsiders had interfered. Moreover, it was the Kim people from the Sky Dragon territory. This forced Tuoba Liqing to change his plan. Tuoba Liqing spoke, and the berserkers around him quietened down. Li Yuma and Ko Lien, on the other hand, wore unwilling expressions. Ling Xiao looked at Tuoba Liqing and sneered. I don't think there's anything to discuss. Xinyu Yi and I are brothers. If someone wants to kill my friend, I can't just sit back and do nothing. I'm not like you cold-blooded barbarians. The outcome has already been decided, but you still want to eliminate the difference and kill your own people. I've seen the unity of your barbarian race. We Kim people are ashamed of our inferiority. How dare you speak to our chief like this? The chief of the Wuxia tribe, Wu Guai, shouted angrily. At the side, Tuoba Huaying also drew his blade to deal with Ling Xiao. However, Tuoba Liqing waved his hand and stared at Ling Xiao. Even if you're a friend of the Kim people, you dared to trespass into our barbarian race and speak rudely. I guarantee that, with one command, you will immediately die without a burial place. Aren't you afraid? Ling Xiao laughed wildly. We Kim people can die at any time for our people, and we can disregard everything for our brothers. Shen Yu Yi is my brother. In order to save him, I'm not afraid of death. If you have the guts, come and fight. Let me see if the brute force of the barbarian race is as terrifying as I imagined. Arrogant. You first broke our tribe's rules, and now you're insulting our chief and people. I won't forgive you. Li Yuma decided that he couldn't let Tuoba Liqing talk to him anymore. He had to make a move and incite all the people to unite against the enemy. He couldn't look down on the other party just because he was a member of the Kim people. He also took the opportunity to show that he was just for the sake of the tribe. Li Yuma's man blood was activated to the acme. His power had reached its peak. He directly attacked Ling Xiao. One punch from a half-incipient God Realm expert could destroy several cities. How formidable was Li Yuma's punch? Although it was concentrated on Ling Xiao, the overflowing energy still frightened the others. They all retreated. The other half-incipient God Realm experts immediately urged their powers to protect their tribe members. They didn't want to hurt them. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Today, I want to experience the brute force of the man tribe. I want to see if it's as domineering as the rumors say." Ling Xiao pulled back his abdomen and condensed his fists. At the same time, he faced Li Yuma's punch. Ordinary people didn't dare to fight the man tribe directly. After all, their brute force was much stronger than others at the same realm. Moreover, their earth class was so tough that ordinary attacks couldn't break it. However, Ling Xiao dared to use the other strength to counter it. In the eyes of the man tribe, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. Bang bang! Their fists hit each other directly. The chaotic space currents exploded instantly. Countless gusts of wind blew everywhere. If the King God Realm experts were hit by the remnant energy, they would be severely wounded even if they didn't die. Fortunately, the referee elder had activated the defensive formation in time to stop the chaotic space currents from attacking and destroying the formation. This defensive formation was set up by a great expert. It wasn't easy for anyone below the great expert realm to destroy it. However, the power of these two was so formidable that the formation, which had been used for a long time, started to crack. With one punch, they could see who was stronger. A figure directly collided with the runes, causing the runes to protrude and almost burst apart. The barbarians in the surroundings fixed their eyes on it, and all of them revealed expressions of shock. They found that the one who was pushed back was the chief of their Li tribe, Li Yuma, who didn't know how strong Li Yuma was. He was at the late stage of half-incipient God Realm. He was just one step away from the peak. With his brute force, how could an ordinary half-incipient God Realm expert compare to him? However, this young man in front of them had surpassed their expectations. Not only did he use brute force to resist, but he had also pushed back their powerful chief. How terrifying was his power! You can't even withstand one blow. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Li Yuma, who was vomiting blood. Li Yuma clutched his bloody arm, his face frightened. He couldn't believe that his opponent had crippled his arm with just one blow. It should be known that his arm was covered with Earth-class energy. Even if he used his bare hand to block an attack from a top divine weapon, he wouldn't be hurt. However, his opponent's competence wasn't much different from his own. Moreover, he had poured the power of his bloodline into his arm. He could even push back a half-incipient God Realm expert. Is Kim people's subordinate that strong? This kid is just a little more than 100 years old. How? How could he have such formidable power? Li Yuma was puzzled. At this moment, Ko Lian pulled himself together and shouted in fright. He's too much. Does he think that the man tribe has no experts? Let's kill him together. Yeah, let's join hands and capture him first. Another half-incipient God Realm expert of the Li tribe screamed in fear. Following their suggestion, some half-incipient God Realm experts of the man tribe had surrounded Ling Xiao. Their aura had locked on Ling Xiao. They wanted to capture Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked around and laughed crazily. If you have guts, come and fight me in the sky. I will show you the power of Kim people. Then, Ling Xiao soared up into the sky and punched the defensive formation. Crack! The defensive formation couldn't resist Ling Xiao's attack. It was forcefully broken. Countless beams of energy rippled around, making the god kings of the Man tribe retreat in fright. The half-incipient god realm experts of the Man tribe had to stop the energy from expanding. They didn't want to hurt the others or destroy the environment here. The god kings screamed in fright when they saw Ling Xiao's ferocious attack. This person from the metal race is so strong. Could he be a supreme being? I don't think he's a supreme. Otherwise, the old chiefs of our tribe would have stopped him. I didn't expect that the warriors of the Xinyu tribe could have such a strong brother. Too bad that he's too arrogant. He won't have a good ending. I think he's a little thin, but he's handsome and powerful. He's even stronger than the strongest warriors of our tribe. He's my type. Too bad. Don't talk so much. Let's move away. This man is fighting with the chiefs. We can't watch it. The Man tribe warriors kept retreating while talking. The shockwaves of the battle between half-incipient god realm experts were too terrifying. It wasn't their turn to watch. Where do you think you're going? Today you must die. Li Yuma used his god power to heal his wounds. A stone spear appeared in his hand as he chased after Ling Xiao. At the same time, for more half-incipient god realm experts soared up into the sky. Temo? Who is this young man? Why did you bring him here? Xinyu Shisu looked at the anxious middle-level god king next to him and shouted. This middle-level god king was the one who had brought Ling Xiao and Xinyu Xingzi here. His name was Xinyu Temo, Xinyu Xingzi's uncle. In the tribe, he had the best relationship with Xinyu Yi. Xinyu Temo regretted it now. He hadn't thought that Ling Xiao would be that impulsive. He had attacked them as soon as he arrived. Even if he wanted to save Xinyu Yi, he didn't need to be that ruthless. Moreover, he had provoked their tribe. It wouldn't be easy to clean up this mess. Perhaps it would affect their tribe's position in the tribe. At that time, they wouldn't have a good time. Xinyu Temo sweated and glared at Xinyu Xingzi. Then, he turned to Xinyu Shisu and said, Chief, this Sir Ling Xiao said that he was my younger brother's friend. So I brought him here to see. I didn't think that it would turn out like this. When Xinyu Shisu wanted to say something, Xinyu Yi opened his eyes and said with difficulty, Chief, don't blame Big Brother Temo. He was my boss in the Sky Dragon area. He became like this because of me. If the tribe blames me, I will bear it alone. Sai, it's not your problem now. The Li family will use this as a pretext to deal with our tribe. Xinyu Shisu sighed, his face worried. What should we do? If I knew it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have brought him to our tribe. Xinyu Shisu blamed himself. It's useless to say anything now. I hope Chief can talk to him because he's a member of the Kim people. Xinyu Shisu could only place his hope on Tuoba Liching. Chapter 1403. The auras of the 6 half-incipient god realm experts in the sky had stirred up the wind and clouds. The great experts of the barbarian tribe had used their soul consciousness to sense the commotion here. However, they wouldn't take action easily. They wanted to see what was going on first. If their people couldn't resist, it wouldn't be too late to take action then. After all, they were in their own territory. If their juniors couldn't defeat the others, it would be a shameful thing. If they took action now, people would think that the barbarian tribe was bullying the young. The 5 half-incipient god realm experts, Li Yuma, Kolien, Wu Guai, Tuoba Huaying, and Li Yuer had surrounded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't escape even if he had wings. They didn't summon their holy beasts because their holy beasts were just at level 10. The strongest one was at the peak of level 10. They hadn't reached level 11 yet. In this situation, they couldn't help much. However, with the competence of the 5 of them, they thought it was enough to defeat an opponent at the same realm as them, even if he was one of Kim people's men. If they were defeated like this, the barbarian tribe would lose all their faces. It's not too late if you surrender now. Otherwise, you will die today. Wu Guai pointed at Ling Xiao with a machete in his hand. Why do we need to talk nonsense with him? Even if he's one of Kim People's men in the Sky Dragon territory, if he dares to act arrogantly in our territory, he will die. Ko Lien thundered indignantly. Then he attacked Ling Xiao first. Li Yuma and Li Yuer also attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. When the three half-incipient God Realm experts attacked at the same time, their power was tremendous. They thought that this young man from Kim People's team would die for sure. The barbarian tribe was famous for their brute force. Their direct descendants were all Earth-class warriors. With the power of their bloodline to enhance their brute force, the power they could use was tremendous. Three gigantic peaks rushed towards Ling Xiao from three different directions, completely blocking off any possible escape routes for Ling Xiao. The three mountains seemed to occupy most of the sky, and the power that came crashing over had turned many spatial energies into nothingness. Many chaotic streams of space rushed over, and a large number of rocks smashed down. Even if Ling Xiao had unparalleled speed, he would not be able to escape from such a powerful pincer attack. The barbarians were also staring fixedly. They also felt that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. Haha, good, good. This is a little interesting. I'll let you see my power. Ling Xiao laughed wildly, his fighting spirit surging. It was time for his Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art to show its might. He even dared to provoke the 11 holy beasts. Why would he be afraid of a half-incipient God Realm warrior at the same realm as him? A 10,000-meter-long golden dragon soared up into the sky and roared. The dragon's roar shook tens of thousands of miles away. Even the wind and clouds in the sky were shaken off. The three half-incipient God Realm warriors who had attacked Ling Xiao had to bear the tremendous impact of the sound wave. Their eardrums were swollen and painful. The barbarian tribe focused on defense. They could use layers of thick earth energy to prevent their enemies from hurting their bodies. However, they couldn't defend against this sudden sound wave attack. While they were absent-minded, Ling Xiao had started to counterattack. First move of the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art. Emperor Dragon illuminates the world. Ling Xiao used his palm as a saber, slashing out flows of sharp metal chi everywhere. He cut the mountains as if he was cutting a watermelon. Stone chips shot out unceasingly. This move had fully displayed the sharpness of the metal chi. The invincible power had destroyed the three mountains. Moreover, the chaotic attacks stopped because of their absent-mindedness. Thus, they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't only destroy the attacks, but he also seized the chance to attack the other three. Golden palm shadows that looked like dragons patted on Li Yuma, Li Yuer, and Ko Lien. Their powers weren't weaker than the mountains they had just attacked. They were even more intimidating. The three of them were not ordinary people. Their reactions were still very fast. After using their divine power to deal with the sound wave damage, they immediately condensed a thick defense in front of them. They were confident that there were only a few people of the same level who could break through their defense. This was the guarantee that the barbarian tribe wouldn't be defeated in a battle against others. When Ling Xiao had fought Shen Yuyi in the prison arena, he had learned how strong the barbarian tribe's defense was. However, it was different now. Ling Xiao had reached the great realm of half-incipient God Realm. Moreover, his fighting competence had increased 55 times. Moreover, the Imperial Dragon Sky extinguishing secret art was so mighty. It wasn't difficult to break their defense. The sharp metal chi directly broke through their thick earth defenses and blasted towards their physical bodies. What? The three of them were startled. They had never thought that Ling Xiao's power could be that formidable. The three of them hastily retreated and gathered their energy to block the attack. Rumble! Rumble! The powerful attack rippled continuously, causing space to collapse and shatter unceasingly. The three figures were sent flying far away in a sorry state. Sparkling and translucent beads of blood floated in the air, appearing very dazzling. The three of them had many palm prints and wounds on their bodies. Their god bodies were dented and they looked helter-skelter. Wu Guai and Tuoba Huai Ying hadn't taken action yet. They were frightened. 3 half-incipient God Realm experts who were at the same level as them had attacked at the same time. However, the opponent had broken their defense with just one move. How strong was the opponent after all? Besides the few of them, the barbarians who were watching the battle from the surroundings were also extremely shocked. Ling Xiao didn't seize the chance to attack. He just shook his head mockingly. Brute force is just SOSO. Don't ask for trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. No matter what, these people were Shenyu Ye's tribesmen. Ling Xiao didn't want to be ruthless. If he killed them directly, it would make things difficult for Shenyu Ye. Don't think that you've won just because you made us suffer. Wu Guai Huaying. Let's attack him together. Li Yuma's face grimaced as he shouted. If the Shenyu tribe had such a strong friend, it would be a big boost to their prestige. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Wu Guai and Tuoba Huaying didn't have a choice. Although they didn't have a good impression of the Li tribe and the Ko tribe, they were from the same tribe. They couldn't stand and watch others bully them. The 5 separated into 5 directions, each holding a divine weapon. They attacked Ling Xiao again. Li Yuma held a stone spear in his hand. Li Yuma held a stone spear in his hand. Every stab of his spear brought with it the shadow of a stone pillar, as if it could even pierce through the sky. Ko Lien held a divine saber, and every strike of his saber brought with it the divine radiance of thick earth, shattering the space and causing turbulent energy to appear. Wu Guai held a curved saber, and his whirling attacks could actually continuously strangle his opponent until he was dead. Tuoba Huaying held a yellow dragon divine spear, and every spear shadow brought with it the shadow of an earth spike and the roar of a dragon. Although it couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle chi, its power was still extremely terrifying. Li Yuer held a stone staff, and every strike of his staff contained the power of millions of caddies, and mountains came crashing down with the staff shadows. The combined attack of the 5 stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. The earth-like light flashed unceasingly. Mountains, stone alls, blade lights, spear shadows, and a series of other attacks had already occupied the entire sky, as if they were about to shatter the barrier of the 9 heavens. 5 incipient God Realm experts attacked at the same time. Their power was enough to destroy an area of 1 million miles. It was lucky that they were above the 9 sky. Otherwise, the Man tribe's territory would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao was standing in the middle of the combined attack of the 5. He was like a small boat in the surging waves. It seemed like he could be destroyed at any minute. However, in this situation, Ling Xiao's fighting will was higher. His fighting spirit was higher. He had the courage and confidence to face the wind and the waves. It's interesting now. It's worth my effort. Ling Xiao mumbled. He used the second move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art, Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon. The continuous palm technique, borrowing force to fight force, not only dissipated most of the power of the swords and spears, but also directly crushed them into powder. Moreover, he also conveniently transferred their attacks to another person, causing them to fight like ghosts. Boom! So many thick earth energies collided with each other, creating a deep, earth-shaking sound. Ling Xiao couldn't deal with the 5 of them at the same time. They had tried their best to increase their attacks. They wanted to subdue Ling Xiao first. Ling Xiao's god power was endless. His fighting will had reached the acme. The Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art changed one more time. In just a blink of an eye, the earth energy was covered with layers of thick ice crystals. It froze the entire sky. Many ice mountains and ice spikes descended from the sky, aiming at the 5 warriors. The 5 people fighting Ling Xiao hadn't expected Ling Xiao's attribute to change so quickly. His attribute had changed from metal to wood, and then wood to ice in the blink of an eye. They couldn't get used to such a rapid change in attacks. Moreover, these attacks were tremendous. If they had to fight one-on-one, they would have been defeated within 2 or 3 attacks. They realized that Kim people was too abnormal. He must have reached the great achievement of half-incipient God Realm. After increasing his fighting competence, his attack power was infinitely close to that of a great master. Fortunately, the 5 of them were attacking together. They could divide the other's attack power, which made it hard for them to deal with for now. This fellow's combat strength is extraordinary. Let's use all our strength to kill him and get rid of any future troubles. The more Li Yuma fought, the more shocked he became. He was even more determined to get rid of Ling Xiao. The 5 of them unleashed their ultimate moves one after another. 5 barbarian king divine phantoms suddenly appeared above the 9 heavens. Their figures were like giants, their rough and ferocious appearance, and their bodies were full of explosive power. They were like devil gods that had descended to the world, bringing with them a strong sense of oppression, causing people to be terrified. When each of them used their best techniques, their power was much stronger than before. It was as if they wanted to destroy the entire sky. Chapter 1404. The barbarian king was a savage giant god with extraordinary strength. Could move mountains and fill the sea, split the sky and split the earth. It had an unfathomable divine might. Its divine shadow could naturally bring a kind of great divine might to people. Those of the same level would be affected a lot, thus giving them the opportunity to kill their opponents. However, these 5 barbarian king divine shadows did not affect Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao's true dragon shadow was the leader of the 9 great divine beasts. It was the most powerful creature that had existed in the world earlier than the human race. How could it be afraid of the barbarian king's coercion? In the face of these earth-shattering killing moves, the golden dragon roared into the sky, followed by a green shadow, followed by the collapse of the iceberg, blocking all the killing moves. Heaven and earth cracked. The 9 heavens barrier finally could not withstand this series of attacks and directly shattered. Astral winds kept raging down. The 6 people no longer had the time to pay attention to these astral winds. With their strength, they were not afraid of these overflowing forces. Unless they rushed out of the 9 heavens, they would not be injured. Under the attack of the 5 people, Ling Xiao finally suffered a lot. Fortunately, his body was abnormal enough. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao dared to deal with them without the help of soul power attacks or divine soul avatars. In terms of defensive power, Ling Xiao was definitely better than the 5 of them. If it were other Kim people, they might not be able to compare to the barbarian tribe in this aspect, but the Kim people were better at recovering from injuries faster than others. If that's all you've got, then you're going to lose. Ling Xiao's cold smile faded, and he shouted. He changed his stance again. Raging flames suddenly appeared, and fists that were like fire dragons rushed out. The torrential fist intent reached the sky, and the 9 brilliant suns appeared at the same time. This kind of strange phenomenon was simply as terrifying as the end of the world. The 9 brilliant suns rushed out in several directions, and then exploded one after another. Rumble, rumble. Emperor Dragon extinguishes the heaven's 4th move. Burning sun breaks the sun. The tyrannical strength of this move could definitely shatter the heavens, destroy the earth, and burn everything. This move was enough to make the 5 of them suffer. First it was cold and then it was hot. Moreover, the power of the fist intent was too terrifying. It broke all of their power, and the quasi-ancient divine weapons in their hands cracked. They were extremely shocked. They realized that this move was comparable to the power of an ordinary supreme being. All of them wanted to escape, but the fist energy was too fast, and the explosive power was too strong, making it impossible for them to escape. They could only brace themselves and continuously strengthen their defenses to resist. It was just that their thick earth defense had collapsed under the fist intent. If this went on, the 5 of them would be crippled even if they didn't die. Let's attack together and save them. Tuoba Liqing, the clan leader, suddenly shouted and was the first to join the battle. As soon as his voice fell, Shenyu Shisu, the referee elder, and the other 2 people rushed over at the same time. All of them were at half-incipient God Realm, and Tuoba Liqing was at the great circle of half-incipient God Realm. His competence was even more terrifying. They attacked at the same time. The earth-shattering earth power attacked Ling Xiao. The mountains, rocks, stone spikes, stone columns, and many other kinds of attacks bombarded him. The nine skies were stirred up, and the wind and clouds changed. Space seethed and shattered unceasingly. Boom! 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 Waves of shocking explosions caused a large patch of yellowish-brown color to appear in the sky, illuminating the land of the berserkers in a dim yellow light. It was as beautiful as the setting sun in the west shining on the land of berserkers. Suddenly, the 5 half-incipient God Realm experts had dissolved Ling Xiao's attack, which gave the other 5 half-incipient God Realm experts a chance to take a breather. At the same time, they launched another round of attacks on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he was suddenly attacked, he couldn't bear it anymore. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body was covered with many wounds. Even if he was defeated now, he could be proud of himself. He had forced more than 10 incipient God Realm experts of the Man tribe to attack him at the same time. It was a glorious achievement that only a supreme expert could have. Tuoba Liqing knew that Kim people's fighting competence wasn't ordinary. Moreover, their defensive competence wasn't weaker than the Man tribes. They could attack and defend at the same time. It was used to describe the Man tribe and also the Kim people. However, although the Kim people didn't have many people, they were all elites. Although their overall competence was stronger than the Man tribes, they weren't weaker than the others. However, today he found that the Kim people were really intimidating. A half-incipient God Realm expert at the same realm as them could defeat so many of them. He was an absolute monster. If he couldn't suppress this person today, he would have no choice but to change his stance and form a friendly relationship with him. Once this person became a true sovereign, he would definitely be an extremely tyrannical existence within the sovereign realm. Perhaps in the next 10,000 years, his name would appear on the sovereign list. Surrender, Kim people's friend. We can talk. We don't need to hurt our friendship, Tuoba Liqing said in a friendly tone. He didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. If they became enemies with the Kim people, it wouldn't be good for the Man tribe. Li Yuma said unwillingly, Chief, we can't let the tiger return to the mountain. Haha. Wait until you defeat me. Ling Xiao sneered. He urged all of his god power to fight 1 against 10 to show the invincible power of his Imperial Dragon Sky extinguishing secret art. Fifth move. Tearing the sky with wild shadow. Ling Xiao's figure instantly split into tens of thousands. His unparalleled speed was displayed to the extreme, and the realm of his movement technique was pushed to the peak. Wave after wave of leg shadows that carried the power to tear the heavens and the earth apart swept out countless level 13 tornadoes, causing the energy of the heavens and the earth to distort and churn. The boundless pincer attack was completely shattered by the tornado formed by the shadow of the leg. The impact caused many forces to continuously scatter and scatter. Those mountains, rocks, stone spikes. All the other attacks seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from this move. They were all disintegrated before they could form a true killing blow. At the same time, they were also transferred to the others, causing them to be unable to deal with the attack. How is this possible? Tuoba Liqing exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavenly tornado attacked him. He had no choice but to block it with all his strength. He wanted to scatter it, but his body was blown away. If it weren't for the layers of thick earth defense, he would have been crushed into minced meat. Even so, the thick earth defense that he was so proud of was cracked by the wind blades. Many wind blades pierced into his body and caused him quite a bit of damage. Tuoba Liqing's strength was equal to Ling Xiao's, but he couldn't block Ling Xiao's attack, let alone the others. All of them had received the same fierce attack. The tornado had made them dizzy, smashed their defense, and cut their god bodies, making them bleed crazily. Ah! Screams rang out as several figures fled into the distance. They wanted to get rid of these attacks that were hard to block as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao's attack didn't stop. It turned into a sky full of shadows, and the tornadoes continued to wreak havoc. The barbarians who were watching the battle from afar retreated again and again. They were all pale because of this apocalyptic scene. Some of the weaker barbarians even fell from the sky. Too scary. Is this guy still human? Isn't he Kim people's man? How can he have so many attribute attacks? He's really a monster. Why do I feel that his strength is comparable to a supreme being? If he attacked on the ground, our barbaric mountain range would be razed to the ground. Our tribe's primogenitor isn't going to take action. Even the chiefs aren't his equal opponents. It's really eye-opening. We can't kill such a man. It's best if we can have a good relationship with him. It's good for our tribe. The barbarians discussed and screamed in fear. It was the first time they had seen such a fierce and terrifying battle. Their king god realm experts couldn't even resist a little bit of Shi Yan's attack. While the tornadoes were still wreaking havoc, a figure dashed out of the barbarian tribe's territory like a lightning strike. That man casually pressed down, and the yellow sky and thick soil fell. The tornadoes couldn't move anymore. Finally, the wind stopped, and the sky resumed its tranquil state. The 10 half-incipient God Realm experts who had joined hands to attack Ling Xiao were scattered helter-skelter. All of them were wounded and their clothes were torn. They looked helter-skelter. Li Yuma and Ko Lian were hurt the most. They were the main targets of Ling Xiao's attacks. Their god bodies were cut so deep that their bones could be seen. Blood gushed out continuously. Their wounds were so severe that even the quasi-ancient divine weapons in their hands were broken. Tuoba Liqing and Shenyu Shisu were the ones who got the lightest injuries. Their attacks weren't as strong as Shi Yan's. When the 10 of them saw their wounds, they took a deep breath. They couldn't deny it even if they didn't want to admit it. Even if the 10 of them had joined hands and tried their best, they weren't his equal opponent. It made them feel dispirited. At the same time, they had to respect Ling Xiao. After all, the barbarian tribe valued warriors the most. As Ling Xiao could defeat 10 of them alone, wasn't he the strongest warrior? In fact, Ling Xiao's god power had been drained to the limit. Even if the one who had attacked them hadn't appeared, he would have stopped his attacks. He could make them retreat, but it wasn't easy to kill them one by one, unless he used his soul power or the power of his god soul clones. Tuoba Liqing and the others carried their wounded bodies to the one who had helped them. Besides Tuoba Liqing, the others bowed to that expert. Greetings, tribe guardian elder. Ling Xiao also looked at that expert. At the same time, he seized the chance to swallow some pellets to recover his god power. He thought, after I beat the young one, the old one comes. The old one can't defeat him, so the older one comes. Interesting. He understood that the incipient god realm expert of the barbarian tribe had come. Chapter 1405. The barbarian sovereign looked very young and did not look old at all. He looked to be just over 40 years old. His rough appearance had a very resolute expression, and his stature was very sturdy and tall like the barbarians. He wore a simple vest that revealed his bulging chest muscles, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. This man was the new guardian of the Man tribe, Li Weishan. He was a low-level incipient god realm expert of the Li tribe. Just now, he had broken Ling Xiao's heaven-ripping wild shadow with a casual move. His supreme celestial might was really powerful. The Man tribe couldn't defeat Kim people alone even when fighting 1 against 10. The supreme man of the Man tribe had to show up. They didn't want to send out their famous supreme expert. Thus, they sent Li Weishan to destroy Ling Xiao's prestige to save some face. If today's event was spread out, Ling Xiao's name would shake the entire heaven territory. He would never be able to escape the title of the strongest expert below the Master Realm. Chief, you guys should retreat. You're not his match, Li Weishan said gloomily. Before Tuoba Liqing could say anything, Li Yuma shouted, Weishan, you can't let this little bastard go. Li Weishan was Li Yuma's nephew. He was a little younger than Li Yuma. However, Li Weishan's Tenbin cultivation was outstanding in the Man tribe. He had reached incipient god realm earlier than Li Yuma. Tuoba Liqing frowned and said to Li Yuma in a low voice, Yuma, please calm down. Then he said to Li Weishan, no matter what, we can't trouble him too much. This kind of character is definitely a monster that Kim people will focus on cultivating. If we provoke him, it's the same as provoking Kim people. We shouldn't do things too ruthlessly. Then Tuoba Liqing led the others away. Li Weishan would deal with this. Li Yuma wanted to say something, but he hesitated for a while. He didn't dare to say more. However, his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Ling Xiao. Not only had Ling Xiao injured Li Do, but he had also ruined their plans. It was impossible for him not to hate Ling Xiao. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be that intimidating. He could smash his god body to that extent. If he wanted to recover, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Only Ling Xiao and Li Weishan were left in the sky. Everyone else had already retreated as far away as they could. The god kings were even dismissed, forbidden from spectating the battle in case they got caught up in it. If that happened, only death would await them. Li Weishan looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. Peak half-prime and only 100 years old. Kim people raised a good talent. Recover your divine power first. I'll give you time. Asking him, a real incipient god realm expert, to deal with a half-incipient god realm expert was too much of a compliment. Thus, Li Weishan was generous enough to let Ling Xiao recover his god power. He wanted to make Ling Xiao accept his defeat wholeheartedly. In fact, in his mind, it didn't matter whether Ling Xiao had his full god power or not. Ling Xiao couldn't even withstand one strike. He could feel Ling Xiao's power after he had increased. However, a half-incipient god realm expert was just a half-incipient god realm expert. There was still a big gap between him and the real supreme experts. They couldn't be compared. Ling Xiao chuckled. Then I won't be polite. He had just fought many times, and he had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he had a chance to recover, of course, he wouldn't miss it. He knew that his opponent was a supreme expert at incipient god realm, but he wasn't afraid. Quite the contrary, his fighting spirit was high. Ling Xiao had fought against 11th tier holy beasts so many times that he felt bored. Although holy beasts had their own advantages, the human race was the race with the highest intelligence. Their fighting methods were the most flexible and varied. This advantage was not something that holy beasts could compare to. Thus, Ling Xiao had always wanted to find a supreme expert to fight with. And now, Li Weishan was his ideal opponent. After all, Li Weishan was just a new supreme expert. His understanding of the realm wasn't deep enough, and his realm wasn't stable yet. It was the best situation for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao recovered fast. Less than 2 hours later, all the wounds on his body were healed. The god power in his body was full again. Let's go. We'll fight outside. You can't fight freely in this place. Ling Xiao provoked Li Weishan. Li Weishan's eyes shrank. He looked surprised. You dare to go outside? The outside referred to beyond the 9 heavens, in other words, the void outside this region, the true battlefield of supreme beings. Astral winds wreaked havoc in that area. Chaotic energy currents appeared unceasingly. Warriors under the realm of Great Master couldn't endure the impact of these energies. They would explode and die. Even half-incipient god realm experts were qualified to go out of the area. However, they didn't dare to go out there. Those energies would affect their god bodies, which they couldn't control. Li Weishan was astounded that Ling Xiao dared to say that he would go to the outer space to fight. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't mind Li Weishan, flying directly to the top of the 9 skies. The barrier of the 9 skies isolated all the astral winds and chaotic energy currents in the outer space. Not many warriors who hadn't reached the Great Master realm could break this barrier. Ling Xiao directly punched the barrier. After an ear-piercing sound, a hole appeared, and a large amount of astral winds gushed in. It was so painful. Ling Xiao didn't care about these energies. He flew out of the 9 skies and arrived in the outer space. In outer space, it was a vast and boundless space. Specks of stars flickered in the distant sky as violent gusts of wind constantly wreaked havoc on every single speck of dust in the sky. From time to time, there would be turbulence that would crash down like meteors. Any single one of the turbulence would cause the body of any god king to crack. Occasionally, there would be flowing fire or metal drifting past. They were all foreign objects that were born in the sky, and their value was greater than any saint material. However, their power wasn't something anyone could absorb. Only a supreme being could absorb the power of any primordial being. Only a supreme being could absorb the power of any violent being. The outer space was very close to the sun and the moon. They could see them clearly now. Once they reached the Great Master Realm, they could easily move through the void. Then, anyone could go to the sun and the moon. The prerequisite was that they had to be able to withstand the influence of the two great forces, the sun and the moon. This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao had been to the outer space, so he wasn't surprised by the scene in the void. Instead, he was calm and composed. He had fought his way to the outer space when he fought against the 11 sacred beasts. That was why he knew about the situation in the outer space. The environment here was extremely harsh, but it was nothing to his powerful body. Moreover, he wanted to experience the situation in the outer space in advance so that he could prepare for the next step of advancing to the Great Master Realm. As soon as Ling Xiao came out, Li Weishan appeared as well. When he saw Ling Xiao calmly standing in the air, unmoved by the astral winds, he couldn't help but put away his disdainful expression. He thought to himself, no wonder he could defeat the patriarch and the others. Just this boldness alone is something that others can't compare to. However, this was only enough to make him look at Ling Xiao in a higher light. In the eyes of a great master, anyone below the great master level was nothing more than an ant. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape from the palm of his hand. I admit that you're strong, but you bullied our barbarian tribe. It won't be right if I don't teach you a lesson. What do you think? Li Weishan looked at Ling Xiao indifferently and said. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "It's not right. Then let's have a good fight. Let's see if you're qualified to teach me a lesson." Then, Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack Li Weishan. In front of a great master realm expert, although Ling Xiao was confident, he didn't dare to relax or be careless. Striking first was definitely the best way. In this way, he could definitely catch the other unprepared. Ling Xiao attacked with all of his power. The power of the ancient god technique of the Imperial Dragon Sky extinguishing secret art had far surpassed the power of any half-incipient god realm expert. The golden dragons roared and pounced on Li Weishan unceasingly. The astral winds and turbulent airflows in this void were about to be smashed by these 10,000 meters tall golden dragons. You do have some abilities, but you're not qualified to challenge me. Li Weishan smiled faintly. He raised his hand and slapped out with his palm. A majestic force instantly appeared and slapped towards the dozens of golden dragons. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of 10,000 meters tall golden dragons shattered and scattered in just a blink of an eye. The power of a great master realm expert was already so formidable. It wasn't something that a half-incipient god realm expert could compare to. This was all within Ling Xiao's expectations. This was only the first wave of attack, and the second wave of attack was unleashed. The power of the second wave was increased by several folds. Icebergs came crashing down with the force of 1,000 tons, and countless icicles shot out. As soon as the ice power was released, the fire power followed right after. The dazzling suns exploded unceasingly. The power was getting stronger and stronger. The fire didn't stop, but the wind rose again. The wild shadow ripping sky. In this void, the astral winds could be used to increase the power. The power of this attack was one level higher than what he had used before. Li Weishan didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to launch so many powerful attacks in an instant. Moreover, each attack was stronger than the last, and the attribute was different. Li Weishan was overwhelmed. If he wasn't a supreme being, Ling Xiao's attacks would have been enough to kill him. A sturdy mountain appeared in front of Li Weishan, blocking Ling Xiao's attack. At the same time, he guided the power of the yellow sky and thick soil to attack from all directions, counteracting Ling Xiao's attack. This was the power of Li Weishan's origin of the universe. The yellow sky and thick soil were real. With the power of millions of soldiers, it was like hundreds of mountains were storming over. Ling Xiao's power couldn't completely destroy the yellow sky and thick soil, but he could stop it completely. In other words, the effect of Ling Xiao's attacks could resist the power of a great master realm expert. Li Weishan frowned. He thought that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. He had to use his real power to show him the real difference between a half-incipient God Realm expert and a great Master Realm expert. Chapter 1406. It ends here. Although your power is infinitesimally close to the great Master Realm, the difference of one step is like the difference between the sky and the earth. Get defeated, Li Weishan said faintly. Finally, the aura of a great Master Realm expert was released. All the astral winds and turbulent airflows around were shaken away. They couldn't come close to this area of tens of thousands of miles. This was the real aura of a great Master Realm expert. It was extremely overbearing. Even a King God Realm expert would be suppressed to death under such an aura. Li Weishan took action. An energy that looked like a real mountain range pressed down from above Ling Xiao's head. The 100 mountains were like the heavens smashing down. Their power was extremely formidable. Ling Xiao didn't even have a chance to react. Li Weishan's sudden counterattack buried him. The mountains buried him in just a blink of an eye. The incipient God Realm experts had such power when they raised their hands or feet. No wonder why they couldn't take action in the heaven territory. Otherwise, they would destroy all living environments. It would be hard for anyone to survive. Will he die like this? It's not easy to explain to the chief when we get back. Li Weishan sneered and mumbled. Li Weishan was the guardian elder of the Li family. Of course, he knew that Ling Xiao had purposely attacked the chief of the Li family. Thus, he didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. Although the chief had said that he would spare his life, he still disobeyed. This kid was too arrogant. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would be too arrogant. If Ling Xiao couldn't take the strike, he would die. He believed that the chief wouldn't say a word about him, the founding elder, because of an outsider. If Ling Xiao could survive, he would be lucky. No matter what, Li Weishan wanted to deal with Ling Xiao. After all, this place was the territory of the Man tribe. However, before he could be complacent, the mountains that were pressing down suddenly changed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground under the pressure of the 100 mountains shook violently. Then, the 100 mountains were completely shattered. Golden dragons roared out from the bottom of the mountains and rushed towards Li Weishan. What? You can actually counterattack? Li Weishan exclaimed in surprise. Li Weishan was confident that even supreme beings of the same level as him would be injured by the pressure, and anyone below the supreme being level would be smashed into minced meat. However, not only could Ling Xiao break his mountain, but he could also counterattack. This really gave him quite a shock. However, he quickly adjusted himself. A sturdy defensive mountain appeared in front of him, blocking all of Ling Xiao's attacks. You don't have the ability to defeat me in one move. Ling Xiao's injuries were not light, but the ancient emperor's mystic art quickly healed his injuries, and he broke out of the mountain with all his strength. In any case, Ling Xiao had fought with the 11 sacred beasts. It was impossible for Li Weishan to take him down in one move. Ling Xiao did not hide anymore. He had to go all out, otherwise he would have to summon his divine soul doppelganger. However, it was not to that point yet. He still wanted to test the strength of his real body with all his strength. Ling Xiao finally used the 6th style of his newly created Imperial Dragon Sky-Destroying technique, Double Dragon Wind Demon. While Li Weishan was defending, Ling Xiao pointed out with 2 fingers, and 2 completely different kinds of power rushed out. The 2-colored dragon-shaped finger radiance contained more than half of Ling Xiao's divine power. Its power was terrifying, and with the wind attribute adding fuel to the fire, it rushed out at an extreme speed, ignoring all spatial distance, and arrived in front of Li Weishan in an instant. Li Weishan did not expect the speed of Ling Xiao's finger to be so fast. Fortunately, there was a defensive mountain in front of him that was as thick as a divine artifact. Otherwise, he would have been attacked. However, the 2 different colored forces actually merged into one before hitting his defense, intertwining into a 2-colored finger radiance, and its attack power doubled again. Li Weishan did not have time to be surprised. The finger radiance's power had already hit his defensive mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth-shattering attack was comparable to a supreme martial artist's attack, and its majestic power was simply terrifying. The finger directly pierced through Li Weishan's defensive mountain and directly attacked Li Weishan's physical body. What? Li Weishan felt that he could no longer block the finger radiance and let out a cry of shock. Then, his figure was directly blasted tens of thousands of meters away. His figure continuously collided with the turbulent forces, and many of the turbulent forces were shaken until they collapsed. In this empty space, the finger radiance was like a meteor that was so dazzling. The power of this finger could directly pierce the sky, and it could destroy everything. Ling Xiao had to pay a big price for this attack. Looking at his panting face, people knew that he had consumed a lot of his god power. Haha! You dare to look down on me? You're not qualified. Ling Xiao sneered. He believed that this finger attack was enough to make Li Weishan suffer. It would let him know that a half-incipient God Realm expert wasn't someone that could be easily bullied. I'm going to kill you. Li Weishan's voice came from a far distance. His earth-shaking roar proved how enraged he was. He was a supreme martial artist, but he was wounded by a half-incipient God Realm expert. His body was pierced through, and the pain was so real. Moreover, the energy in his wounds was still destroying his god body. He had to use all of his power to expel that energy from his body. It was hard for him to accept. Today, if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he would lose all his face as a supreme martial artist. Although Li Weishan was wounded, the supreme martial artist could recover fast. However, Ling Xiao's destructive energy was troublesome, which delayed him for a while before he could counterattack. Barbarian King God Punch. This time, he had used 90% of his competence. He had to kill Ling Xiao to vent the hatred in his heart. A stone fist of a giant smashed toward Ling Xiaochong with unparalleled power. This fist had the tremendous momentum that could shake the entire world. He was worthy of being a supreme martial artist. Each of his attacks couldn't be ordinary. If this fist landed on the ground, it could destroy any area. It was the god technique of the barbarian tribe, Barbarian King God Punch. It was one of the rare ancient god techniques. Facing this simple yet formidable stone fist, Ling Xiao didn't dare to resist it directly. Otherwise, he would get hurt badly. Although this fist was very domineering, it was still within range for Ling Xiao to dodge. After all, Ling Xiao had the wind attribute and his movement technique had reached the perfect realm. His speed was not inferior to a true supreme martial artist. After he barely dodged this fist, Li Weishan had already caught his movements. He locked onto his aura again and threw another punch. However, Ling Xiao was like a monkey. His movement technique kept on flashing, and he was able to dodge every attack. This made Li Weishan very angry. He felt that it was an insult for Ling Xiao to be able to dodge his attack. However, a supreme martial artist didn't just have this little ability. Li Weishan frowned. His divine eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness as he shouted, "Space Seal!" As his voice fell, he waved his hands, releasing streams of profound spatial energy. He actually created a stone world prison. From all directions, thick walls of earth pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was blocked by the power of the earth origin energy. It was impossible for him to dodge even if he wanted to. Just as he was about to destroy one of the spaces and escape, Li Weishan's barbarian king god fist attacked again. Die! Li Weishan shouted ferociously. Ling Xiao already had no way out. He had no choice but to brace himself and block this attack. Seventh move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Exterminating Art. Lotus Flower Stalk. A snow lotus king instantly condensed in front of Ling Xiao. It was as huge as a fairy lake and emitted a dense icy cold chi. Layers of thick ice wrapped around him, preventing him from being heavily injured. Dying struggle, Li Weishan said with a cold smile. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stone fist was invincible, and it smashed into Ling Xiao's Snow Lotus King, shattering the layer of ice around it. After all, this was Li Weishan's full-strength attack. Its power was naturally not to be underestimated. Seeing that the stone fist was almost in front of Ling Xiao still gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, The shattered ice layer turned into waves that filled the sky, surging towards the stone fist. The stone fist was immediately stopped by the ripples, and its power weakened by a lot. However, it was not enough to rely on the ice layer and water waves to block the stone fist. Ling Xiao retreated again and again. He had already smashed into the spatial wall. But looking at his unyielding eyes, feeling his firm belief, it seemed that he still had the strength to block this attack. Sure enough, the waves suddenly changed. They turned from water into green tree vines, forcefully sealing off the stone fist. What kind of divine art is this? Li Weishan, who was in front, cried out in alarm when he saw this series of shocking changes. However, all of these changes did not stop. When the stone fist was restrained, the vines that filled the sky continued to rush towards Li Weishan at an extremely fast speed. Li Weishan could not figure out what kind of divine art Ling Xiao was using, and he did not have the time to think about it. His defensive power had already blocked the vine's branches. Although with subdued earth, Li Weishan's strength was above Ling Xiao's. Even the vine's branches were unable to do anything to him. Just as Li Weishan was about to make another move to finish off Ling Xiao, there was another change that he did not expect. Bang! A flame instantly ignited, and with the help of the vine branch's power, it instantly formed a large sea of fire that burned. The wood assisted the fire, and the more it burned, the stronger it became. It directly caused a shocking explosion in front of Li Weishan. Li Weishan was scared out of his wits. His mountain defense was actually burned to the point of cracking under the terrifying fire, and many flames were even engulfing him. Chapter 1407. While Li Weishan was restrained, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to break free from the spatial shackles. He also took out a divine elixir to recover his divine power. Ling Xiao knew that this move could make Li Weishan suffer some losses, but it was almost impossible to seriously injure him. The sixth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art, Double Dragon Wind, blasted out again. The power of the consecutive elemental joint attack was not inferior to the attack of an ordinary supreme being. Even Li Weishan felt a little overwhelmed. Fire burning the eyebrows, pointing at the divine body, Li Weishan could be said to be restrained from the back. Even his supreme being defense could not block it. He was suppressed by his opponent and his divine body was seriously injured, which made him furious. Li Weishan gathered layers of power to block and disintegrate Ling Xiao's power, finally resolving the urgent situation. Ling Xiao was also repeatedly exhausted, and his divine power could not recover so quickly. Next, he had to endure Li Weishan's angry counterattack. "You should be proud to be able to force me to this point," Li Weishan roared, and the spatial shackles condensed again, trapping Ling Xiao, and then he punched out. Rumble! Ling Xiao used the last of his strength to block, but he was still at a loss and in pain. After a round of attacks, Ling Xiao's divine body was severely injured. His figure was distorted, and his bones were exposed. Blood kept flowing out, and it looked very cruel. Still not dead. How tenacious, Li Weishan said with a surprised expression. After a pause, he said, "But this is the end." After saying that, he attacked Ling Xiao again. The second round of attacks came, and he must destroy Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that if I don't use some trump cards, I really can't challenge a supreme being. But, to be able to injure a supreme being, my combat power is very good." Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his battle prowess and the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying art. After all, Li Weishan was not an ordinary sovereign, but a sovereign of the ancient clan. He possessed the bloodline of brute force, and whether it was in terms of attack or defense, they far surpassed ordinary sovereigns. The fact that he was able to force Li Weishan to such a state proved that his strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary supreme being. As for anyone below the supreme being level, how could they be a match for him? Just as Li Weishan's attack was about to land, Ling Xiao's doppelganger finally appeared. However, his avatar still appeared in an invisible state. Its power instantly increased by dozens of times, and it blocked Li Weishan's stone fist. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, the stone fists were smashed into pieces. Many stone fragments flew in all directions and became dust in the void. Li Weishan's expression changed greatly. He didn't even know what was going on. His divine fist was actually destroyed. His divine telekinesis kept scanning the area, but he didn't find any other auras around him. What's going on? Could it be that this person has a guardian supreme protecting him? Li Weishan was extremely shocked. The more he fought with Ling Xiao, the more Li Weishan couldn't adapt to the successive changes. Ling Xiao was already difficult to deal with. If he really had a guardian supreme protecting him, then it would be difficult for him to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's spirit clone took advantage of the time when Li Weishan was still puzzled to approach him and launch a fierce attack. Bang bang! The thick defense in front of Li Weishan was directly hit by Ling Xiao's spirit clone, and fist marks appeared on it. His defensive mountain was directly hit until it cracked, and Li Weishan's divine body was immediately injured. Puff! Li Weishan was finally seriously injured. His entire body was sent flying, and he spat out divine blood. Li Weishan was indeed a sovereign. After a short loss, he once again condensed his defensive power and continuously punched out in all directions. However, these punches had no target, so they couldn't hurt Ling Xiao's spirit clone at all. After all, his speed was still there. Ling Xiao's real body also seized the opportunity to speed up his recovery. He didn't look worried at all. Who is it? Who is it? Come out! Li Weishan looked around and shouted in fear. Facing an unknown enemy, there would always be a sense of fear, and Li Weishan was no exception. He was sure that the opponent had the power of a sovereign at the incipient god realm. Otherwise, how could the opponent's attack so easily break his defense and injure him so badly? If his reaction had been a little slower, he would have been directly killed by the opponent. No one answered Li Weishan. However, as soon as he stopped attacking in all directions, the opponent attacked again. He didn't know what to do, and he was continuously injured. If it weren't for his amazing defense, he would have been killed by the opponent's sneak attack without a doubt. A supreme martial artist who could conceal himself and attack without revealing any aura. This kind of method was simply unheard of and unseen. He thought that it was somewhat similar to the secret technique of the Dark Shadow clan in the Sky Dragon area, but there were also some differences. This secret technique was simply invincible. Li Weishan was scared. Although the incipient god realm experts were superior to billions of people, he wasn't arrogant enough to be invincible in the world. Facing a sovereign who was stronger than him, he would still fall. Otherwise, since the antiquity time, there would be many sovereigns appearing in each era, but also a large number of sovereigns would fall continuously. Even if a supreme expert were to face a supreme expert who was stronger than him, he would still die. Li Weishan continuously attacked in all directions. He wanted to run away, but the opponent was faster than him. The opponent could even block his way and attack him. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Li Weishan was continuously attacked inexplicably. His divine body was destroyed over and over again. His divine power kept decreasing. Li Weishan knew that if it continued like this, he would definitely die. However, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. What should he do? Li Weishan's eyes eventually fell on Ling Xiao in the distance. He found that Ling Xiao's wounds were all healed, and his aura had recovered a lot, which frightened him a lot. If Ling Xiao attacked him again, he wouldn't be able to survive. He was secretly anxious. Even if he wanted to inform his clansmen, it would be impossible. After all, they were outside the 9 heavens, and the sound transmission stone would also be cut off. Only those in the outer realms would be able to hear the distress signal. Oh my God! What's going on? It's too much! Li Weishan screamed, feeling wronged. Ever since he had become a sovereign, he had never had such a depressing fight. First, he was hurt by a half-incipient god realm expert. Now, he was overwhelmed by an unknown opponent. If others saw him like this, they would definitely doubt whether he was a sovereign or an incipient god realm expert. He really wanted to kill himself with a piece of tofu. Begrudgingly, Li Weishan put down his arrogant head and begged Ling Xiao, Kim people's friend, please ask your people to stop. I, Li Weishan, admit my defeat. If he didn't surrender, he would be tortured to death if he continued like this. Ling Xiao's wounds were almost healed. He calmly walked to Li Weishan and said, Didn't you want to kill me? Why do you want to surrender now? As soon as Ling Xiao finished, his God Soul clone launched another round of sneak attacks, which made Li Weishan vomit blood. Li Weishan fought back while crazily dancing. I, Li Weishan, have eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. If you let me go, you will be a friend of our man tribe. Otherwise, even if you kill me, the ancestor of our man tribe won't let you go. Also, that warrior of the Shenyu tribe will be affected by you. Although Li Weishan's body was tall and sturdy, he looked like a simple-minded person with well-developed limbs. In fact, he wasn't like what he looked like. His mind was still cautious, and he had hit Ling Xiao's weak spot. That's right. Even if Ling Xiao killed Li Weishan, Shenyu Yi would also be affected. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to kill Li Weishan in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. I can let you go, but I have a condition, Ling Xiao said calmly. What condition? If it goes against my tribe's rules, I can't do anything, Li Weishan said with some integrity. Don't worry, my condition is very simple, Ling Xiao replied, then stated his request. First of all, you have to settle the warrior assembly for me. I will announce that my brother Shenyu Yi is the strongest warrior. Secondly, you are not allowed to make things difficult for the people of the Shenyu tribe in the future. After all, you are of the same tribe. If I find out that my brother is treated unfairly in the future, don't blame me for turning against you. At that time, I won't let your man tribe have an easy time. I believe you should be clear about this. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the God Soul clone near Li Weishan actually sent out a terrifying attack. This attack brushed past Li Weishan's shoulder, obviously to warn him. Li Weishan was shocked once again, and hurriedly replied, I can agree to all of these. Do you have any other requests? These were all trivial matters to him. After all, he was a great master and had a lot of power in the tribe. Deciding who the strongest warrior belonged to and not oppressing the Shenyu tribe weren't a big deal. Anyway, it wasn't a matter of betraying his tribe. Ling Xiao didn't think of too many conditions, but seeing that Li Weishan was still sensible, he added another condition. Does your man tribe have an earth element genesis stone? I want one. What? You want my tribe's genesis stone? Impossible, Li Weishan hurriedly replied. Seeing Li Weishan's reaction, Ling Xiao knew that the man tribe really had an earth element genesis stone. He immediately said with joy, Isn't your life worth one genesis stone? Li Weishan resolutely said, That's right. The genesis stone is the foundation of my tribe. It's more precious than my life. Ling Xiao instantly frowned, and a murderous aura instantly spread out. Li Weishan was frightened. He was really afraid that Ling Xiao would really send someone to kill him. He hurriedly said, Although I can't give you the Genesis Stone, I know where to find it. I don't know if you dare to take it or not. Where? Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. The Nirvana space must have a fire element Genesis Stone. Li Weishan blurted out. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's God Soul clone would immediately attack him again. Do you think I'm a fool? Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Chapter 1408. The Nirvana space was one of the 8 forbidden areas, just like the chaotic burial space. It was rumored that there was a Genesis Stone with fire property there. However, from Li Weishan's mouth, it was obvious that he wanted to send Ling Xiao to his death. If Ling Xiao didn't give him a warning, he would think that he was a fool. Li Weishan didn't expect that Ling Xiao would have such a big reaction, and he was slapped again. He hurriedly said, You? Listen to me. There is another place besides the Nirvana space. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger stopped attacking again. Ling Xiao said in a deep voice, If you dare to play tricks again, I will let you die without a burial place. Li Weishan cursed in his heart. I didn't say anything wrong. The Nirvana space has a Genesis stone. Motherf asterisk Ker. Is it wrong to tell the truth? Before he answered Ling Xiao, he hurriedly healed his wounds and said, as far as I know, not long ago, someone obtained the Genesis stone from the Nirvana space and came out alive. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me guessing. Li Weishan hurriedly said. It was said that the Holy Lady of the Thousand Beasts Alliance got it. Is this information reliable? Ling Xiao asked in a deep voice. I am 80% sure the Holy Lady is a genius girl who can control the Vermilion Bird, and the Nirvana space is the resting place of the Vermilion Bird. With the help of the Vermilion Bird, it is easy for the Holy Lady to enter and exit the Nirvana space, so it is not difficult to get the Genesis stone. Li Weishan explained. Ling Xiao knew about the Thousand Beasts Alliance, and he knew that it was a big alliance of beast trainers. However, he didn't expect that the Holy Lady of the Thousand Beasts Alliance had the ability to control the Vermilion Bird. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The Heaven Territory really had many talented people, and there were all kinds of people. I hope that your information is accurate. Ling Xiao nodded and continued. Then we're even for the time being. Remember what I said just now. We're still friends. Don't even think about gathering the other Supremes to harm me when you return to your barbarian tribe. Otherwise, my people will bring the news back to my Jin tribe. Then, you'll become a sinner of your barbarian tribe. Ling Xiao naturally gave Li Weishan a warning first, in case he decided to turn his back on him. Li Weishan said, man's words. Li Weishan said in a serious tone. Don't worry, you will be a friend of the barbarian tribe from now on. As long as you don't harm the barbarian tribe, everything can be discussed. Li said. King Supremes Li Weishan Li, and Beast Stone, barbarian. Only then did Li Weishan let out a sigh of relief. He had been carefully looking around for the invisible man, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find him. He had to recognize the fact that he was really screwed this time. However, while Ling Xiao and Li Wei were fighting, the Shenyu tribe in the land of berserkers was facing a crusade. Because Ling Xiao had injured Li Dou and broken the rules of the warrior assembly, he had also injured their patriarch and various tribal chiefs, forcing the guardian elders to come out. These crimes were all imposed on the Shenyu tribe by the Li tribe and the Ko tribe. On the other hand, Shenyu Yi was charged with the crime of betraying the clan, and Li Erma and Ko Lian demanded that he be executed immediately. The people of the Shenyu tribe had been suppressed for many years, and now that such a thing had happened, Shenyu Shisu, the tribal chief, was finally unwilling to be bullied by the Li tribe and the Ko tribe, and insisted that the tribal chief uphold justice. Otherwise, the Shenyu tribe would not accept the punishment, and they would risk their lives to ask their old tribal chief who had been in seclusion for many years to come out and uphold justice for them. Although the Shenyu tribe had declined, it was not that they did not have a sovereign. The Li tribe and the Ko tribe had gone too far, and they could not endure it anymore. Sure enough, after Shenyu Shisu said this, Li Erma and Ko Lian did not dare to press too hard. But they would only be satisfied if Shenyu Yi was severely punished. After all, they had a good reason. Ling Xiao was Shenyu Ye's friend. Everything that Ling Xiao had done was naturally borne by Shenyu Yi. At this time, in the tribe's big tent, all the tribal chiefs and many elders had gathered together, and Shenyu Yi was also forced to kneel in front of them by two high-level divine kings. Tribal chief, the matter is already very clear. This person colluded with outsiders and plotted to harm our clansmen. He should be executed for his crime, but tribal chief Shenyu could not bear to do it, so we might as well cripple him and expel him from our tribe, never to return. This punishment should be necessary. Li Erma said with a gloomy expression. He had been humiliated by Ling Xiao time and time again, so he had to vent his anger, and Shenyu Yi became the target of his anger. Li Erma, it's too much. Shenyu Yi was defeated, and Li Dou wanted his life. His friend didn't know it, so it's reasonable for him to stand up for him. I think we should punish Shenyu Yi to face the wall for 100 years. He is not allowed to take one step out of the tribe. Shenyu Shisu still wanted to protect his people. Humph, his friend is very dissatisfied with us old fellows. He even injured the chief and insulted our clansmen. Not killing him for this crime is already taking into account that you're the chief of Shisu. Don't push your luck. Ko Lien snorted coldly from the side. Right after him, the half-incipient God Realm elders of the Li tribe and the Ko tribe also said that they wanted to punish Shen Yi severely. The warriors of the Tuoba tribe and the Wuxia tribe didn't say anything. Shen Yi looked at Tuoba Liqing's resolute eyes and said, "Chief, if you want to kill me, do as you please. But, please, Chief, don't let the guardian elder kill my brother. He's the junior that Kim people want to protect. If something bad happens to him, it will be a war between the two tribes. Please, Chief, think twice." Shen Yi knew that he couldn't escape the punishment, but he still spoke his mind rationally. At the same time, he didn't want anything bad to happen to Ling Xiao here. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. At this moment, Tuoba Liqing finally opened his mouth. "Shen Yi, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be forgiven. About the punishment, we should wait for the guardian elder to come back. About the Shen tribe's profit, we should deduct 10%. Chief, that little bastard hurt you just now. This is equivalent to hurting the face of our tribe. How can we punish him so lightly? I think there's no need to wait for the guardian elder to come back. You can be convicted. As for the Shen tribe's profit, we should deduct 30%. They don't need that much anyway," Li Irma said again. It had to be said that this person really wanted to force the Shen tribe into a dead end. The Shen tribe's profit distribution was already small, and with another 30%, how could they cultivate in the future? "Li Irma, don't go too far. We have a lot of men in our tribe. Deducting another 30%, you're not letting us live. If you really can't tolerate us, we can leave and live on our own." Shen Shisu scolded angrily. Even a clay figurine had 3 fires. Li Irma's actions had touched Shen Shisu's bottom line. At this moment, Ko Lien said lightly, "Deduct 20%. 10% is not enough to make the people angry. The chief's dignity can't be profaned." Wu Guai also said, "Actually, this doesn't have much to do with the Shen tribe's men. It's enough for the chief to deduct 1 level. They're all your men, and you can't blame each other." Wu Guai's words were undoubtedly a warning and reminder for Li Irma and Ko Lien not to go too far. They were all their own men, and they shouldn't be forced to this extent. Li Irma could hear the meaning behind Wu Guai's words and immediately said with a livid face, "It's precisely because there are men that we need to be self-disciplined. We shouldn't make friends with people we don't know, lest the whole tribe suffer." "That's right. If it weren't for the guardian elder's appearance today, I'm afraid we old bones would all be buried in the tribe's land." Ko Lien echoed, "Let's do as I said just now. Everything will be decided after the guardian elder returns." Tuoba Liqing said with some annoyance. In fact, he wanted to be on good terms with Ling Xiao. This was equivalent to having another Kim people friend, which was beneficial to the relationship between their 2 great ancient tribes. But now that things had gotten to this point, it was probably impossible. Shen Shisu finally heaved a sigh of relief, but when he looked at Shen Yi, he was full of pity. This was an outstanding warrior of their Shen tribe. As long as he continued to grow stronger, there would be a day when he would surpass him and restore the prestige of their tribe. But now it seemed that it was no longer possible. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao and Li Weishan returned from the outer domain and directly came to this big tent. Tuoba Liqing and the others sensed their aura and all walked out of the tent together. They saw that Ling Xiao was actually talking and laughing with Li Weishan. They didn't look like enemies, but more like old friends who had known each other for many years. This made them unable to wrap their heads around it. As for Li Irma and Ko Lien, they were clearly anxious and uneasy. This situation was completely different from what they had imagined. They felt that if Li Weishan made a move, Ling Xiao would definitely be captured easily, and he would definitely die. But now, the 2 of them had become friends. What exactly was going on? They couldn't understand, and the others also couldn't understand. Only the people involved knew clearly. Shen Shisu was undoubtedly the happiest person. Perhaps their tribe could escape this disaster, and they might even receive some benefits. Elder Weishan, what are you guys doing? Tuoba Liqing asked with deep doubt. Li Weishan's expression flashed across his face, and he laughed. Haha, I and Divine Teacher Ling don't get to know each other without a fight, so he's not only one of Kim People's people, but also a divine alchemist recognized by the Medicine Alliance. He's also a guest elder of the Medicine Alliance. In the future, Divine Teacher Ling will be our tribe's honored guest. You guys have to treat him well. After Li Weishan and Ling Xiao stopped fighting, Ling Xiao revealed some of his identity to Li Weishan so that Li Weishan would be more fearful of his existence. This would achieve Ling Xiao's goal, and it could also be considered as a compromise to help the Xinyu tribe get out of trouble. After all, his reputation as a divine alchemist was right there. No matter where he went, it was enough for any faction to rope him in and befriend him. As expected, after Li Weishan's words fell, the expressions of the barbarian chiefs immediately changed. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.